Agreed.
I never put sugar in coffee. Serves me right.
Yeah.
Yeah, that's what happens when you apparently decide you want to taste something other than the bitter nastiness that is completely unadulterated black coffee.
I think it's tasty. It's
I
an
like
acquired
black
taste.
coffee.
It's an acquired taste, but it's tasty.
I think anyone who says they unironically love coffee is a psycho.
And
That's a take.
I like
Sorry,
coffee
that's
for the
Chat what they
purpose
think
of it
about
being.
that take.
I think it's good for keeping you awake, but that's about it. I don't drink it because it tastes good.
wait until
Well,
you get
what
a
kind of
full
coffee?
Tastes good.
What kind of coffee are you getting though?
Most of the time, Tim Hortons coffee, just
Oh,
because it's the closest place nearby that sells coffee.
And is
Oh.
that loaded with sugar and milk and like what roast do they use?
I
Tim
get a
Hortons probably
double-double.
uses garbage coffee, to be honest.
I'm pretty
It's
sure Tim
not
Hortons uses, like,
great.
pet roast.
I mean,
Whatever Burger King does.
I'm gonna be honest. I drink iced coffee usually mainly because it's more palatable than just normal coffee.
That's fair. I like iced coffee too. By the way, I'm burning 2 candles because there are fumes down here. I'm trying to not
Varnish.
smell.
Yeah. And we
Oh,
can't
lovely.
open the Bilko because his dog can't be trusted.
No, she can. I just don't want small animals or that golden retriever or spiders or insects to come in.
Wow.
Right.
I would trust
Seems
it
like
being
you're gonna-
open with her, like legitimately.
You just want to keep out certain types of animals.
Yes.
So,
Why am I not surprised to hear that coming from you?
Last time.
hello and welcome back to the latest episode of Rough Rolling, where rolling above a 10 is a blessing and rolling above a 15 is basically an act of God. I'm Gray, the Game Master, and as always, we're glad to have you here for another game of What Are These? The Consequences of My Known Actions? We always love seeing the finding out portion after fucking around, and fuck around we did last session. So Joel, tell us, how did we fuck around last session?
Well, we took a moment to have a rest at the beginning of last session before going into a room filled with fire elementals, to which divided the party into quite even chunks. Thankfully, Fernix got rid of one with a dispel magic, which probably saved our asses. And with that, we were able to quell those fiery beasts with, I wouldn't say ease, but easier than it could have been. And after that, after some healing, we went into a room filled with coffins. At the very end was a coffin that had a magical inscription on it, to which Daxius, myself, read out and thought, that would be a good idea to open, not realizing he was charmed into doing so. He pushed it open, or at least tried to, until Girugamesh was embarrassed on Daxius's part and shoved it open for him. To which the Lord of Scarabs came out and proceeded to bite at our ankles with scarabs and also clobber us over the head multiple times. Nearly killing my cohort Natari, although she's a bad bitch and was able to keep herself up just barely through the power of spite and spite alone. We defeat the Scarab King, and we get quite a bit of loot from it. We get a little emblem on the wall that says glory, and the trial is complete. Although we are not content, and naturally, as selfish as this party is, we went in and continued to gather more loot. Nearly triggering another trap that probably would have summoned something more dangerous, at least that's my theory. But getting, like, I think a few more items, a dagger, a ring, a few other things, before taking some time to identify the items, look over them, before eventually making our way outside, to which we were met with a large crowd of people waiting for us to come out.
Yeah, that about covers it. I know there was there was some interest in what was in some of the other rooms. You guys managed to pry something out of the bottom of the magical cauldron in the fire room, which was spewing fireballs out. I know that was not identified because that was like a fucking 2 on that roll.
Yeah, what was that again? Like the item?
It was a kind of like sizable crystal that had like a pearlescent, opalescent kind of shade to it. A bit soft to the touch as gems go. I think I did ask Barry to generate something, but I don't think that happened.
You never gave me a description. Not my fault.
Yes, I did. And I can pin that message too.
Do it.
Either way, yeah, I think there was an attempt to identify it that was made, and no, just no.
Then I can make
I'm going
one
to-
through the session.
Is perhaps also worth calling out that the distribution of loot as of so far has already been done outside of the session.
Yeah, we
So-
saved the viewers from having to deal with, people being certified professional accountants for like 3 solid hours.
Yeah, we should have recorded it for some banker spank bank.
Hey, there's got to be some guy, kind of like the Wonder Bread guy.
I really think it would have been better to record it for auditing purposes, just in case we need to go back and see who's got what monies.
Mm-hmm.
I will say if we're
Yeah,
able
I
to bring
actually
up,
think there's a little bit of a discrepancy. I think we should recalculate.
I think we should too. We should do that now.
Yeah. Let's spend the
Recount
next
everything
4
individually.
fucking hours on that.
Yeah.
Was the gem from inside of the sconce the malleable gemstone?
Yeah.
Okay.
Oh, it was that thing.
Oh, is that like in the Vardo or in the?
I
Yeah.
added it to Bag of Holding.
I had it on my character, so
Oh, well, there you go.
Okay.
it's recorded
Oh.
somewhere.
Yeah.
Oh, that's
Yeah.
right. 'Cause I basically just pushed it into your hands, like, here, you know magic stuff.
Okay. So that's
Great.
It weighs about 2 pounds. It's like kind of pyramidal
You're
in shape. Or at least it was.
Okay. Just making sure the malleable gemstone was in there now.
Yeah.
We'll worry
And-
about that later. Though.
As for that session went, like, the audience really should be thankful because, like, I can spend a decent amount of time looking at numbers and spreadsheets and shit. That was painful, and I
Oh.
wasn't even part of the conversation. I was just
I
there to
loved it.
observe. So,
I
My
had
favorite
fun.
part. My favorite part was when we offered 3 different opportunities or different methods for dividing up the loot that were all completely identical.
and you guys went for like the most convoluted one, and I'm like, do you hate
It's not the-
yourselves or
It was very
Apparently
fair.
we do.
fair?
That's the
is
important-
That ends well.
kind of beside the
It was
point.
it was split equally down to the last piece of gold. So
Yeah, welcome to the inaugural game of debits and credits, where we play as professional accountants.
Yeah.
See how long
Pull
it
up-
takes
pull up
before
the
somebody
quality.
has a heart attack.
Okay. It's
Get
the
out your abacus and your reading glasses, everybody. It's time to go.
Christ.
Cats and dragons.
And then you have a controller who manages all the inflows and outflows of cash.
It's like Monopoly,
Worse.
except it's less fun, but you still hate all of your friends.
That just sounds like normal Monopoly.
Yes.
No, less fun.
It's
Yeah.
less fun
How
now.
can you make it less fun?
There's
You don't
no
have to
game
not
to
play
it. It's let's
There's-
do math.
There's 4 hours of evidence from this Sunday that proves my point exactly.
Fair enough.
In any case,
Monopoly, though.
let's move on.
So yes, that
Not-
recap
not
was more or
magicians.
less accurate. Some bits were left out, like Girugamesh being thrown to the ceiling and floor, and Vic being thrown to
Right.
the ceiling and the floor. Although I think one of you suffered much more than the other.
Girugamesh was just doing flips through the air because of his ring of feather falling. Vic just slammed against the floor and the ceiling a couple times, and then just walked out.
Also, we forgot to mention we have a couple of new disabled party members in the name of Sven and Natari because of the Scarab King's curse.
Oh, that's
The mummy
right.
rot, yeah.
We do need to heal them. So
Well, it's a good thing that as
Get
we're
rid of
going into the next
Disease
session,
first.
you are now in front of a pretty sizable crowd of what appears to be, based on their dress and makeup, to be clerics and priests from the Red Temple. A decent split between those following Ixthanis and Lycurgus. And it seems to be those following Lycurgus who are much, much more invested in this, hooting and hollering like, a football crowd right after Alabama does anything.
Girugamesh yells over the crowd, "Holy men, heal this man!" And I push forward Sven, whose flesh I'm assuming is rotting.
No, it's pretty much healed up right now, and I'm just like, ugh.
Not a good look.
I'm going to come up behind Vic and just put a hand on his shoulder and just say, crowds aren't really my thing. I'll catch you at the inn later, and I'm going to cast Vanish and leave.
You did.
Who's got the hammer?
Uh,
Someone has the hammer,
I cast
right?
Fairy Fire. No.
I believe Sven has the hammer.
Oh
Technically.
yeah, I had the
They're
hammer.
attacking us with spells. They launch
What?
a trebuchet at us. not a stone from the trebuchet, the trebuchet.
Yeah, they
Yeah.
throw it.
Yeah,
They use peasant railgun technology.
they
Lift
tie it
it.
to itself and it flips over.
Just
So-
or a perpetual energy machine.
Fucking troll logic. So, Daxius vanishes, leaving Natari there looking around like, what the fuck? Like,
I cast message and tell her, fend for yourself, bitch.
and she just yells back. She doesn't respond via message, she just yells back, fuck you!
Vic will walk over to. Why don't you? I think you might be better off going with him. Just cast invisibility.
On Natari?
Yeah.
Fair enough.
She vanishes, and then you just hear her say, I still need them to cure me.
We'll get to it tomorrow.
You've got time. We'll bring something back for you.
I hate
I don't-
all of you guys.
If you want to stay, you're more than welcome to drop us back.
Don't forget to take your share of the loot from Daxius.
Yes, he said he was going to pay you.
Meanwhile, the
Yeah,
crowd
yeah,
is just
yeah.
sitting there patiently.
Well, there's, talking amongst themselves. Those of you who are not involved in this conversation are able to see that there's some deliberation, primarily on the Ixthanis side. And
Sven will
you
engage
see,
them.
Kira Hornblower come forward. Everyone here has at least met her once. She's the one that let you in. She's the halfling woman who is the head priestess there. She looks to all of you, kind of walking over, and gives a bit of a, well, at least we don't have to add your names to that of the dead.
No. Nobody died in there.
So I'm assuming that you found whatever it was you were looking for?
We
Yes.
completed
It's
What?
the hammer.
Sorry, people spoke over each other, so I heard none of it.
I was just gonna tell her that we completed the gauntlet. I don't know if we want to tell her any more than that.
She's the one who arranged for us to get into the gauntlet.
And
We made
Just
it.
imagine
through
you
the
guys
gauntlet.
deliberating
just
about
don't
this
sign your name
while
on the
in
check.
front
Don't
of her.
deposit it.
We made our ways through the gauntlet. Yes, we
It's fine.
cleared it out entirely, I believe.
So it's been disarmed, there's nothing... It's cleared finally?
There is one
Yes.
trap that still could be potentially dangerous to people who walk carelessly into it, but the rest, yes.
I believe we're
Actually, no. There's
playing-
also the hallway that we never. That is not something that we could disable. There's also the electrical dials. Perhaps you would want a guide.
We're actually planning on going back in to disarm the rest of the traps in a couple days, so we'll come to you when we see about doing that.
Tomorrow. We can do it tomorrow.
I think
Yeah.
tomorrow there's something going on.
I actually would
In the
be
evening
okay
for a
with.
few
Take-
hours.
It won't
Tomorrow's the
take
dance
long.
competition.
There's only a couple of active things. The dart hallway might still be active.
I look to the rest of the party and I say, I actually could take you through now if you like, if the rest of my party would like to. I'll catch up to the rest of you. I say to the party.
I think it might be best to keep everyone out for now.
We wouldn't want you going in there by yourself, just in case anything happened. We'll just regroup in a couple days and go back in like we originally planned.
I can definitely handle it myself, but I'm responsible for a lot of this, and I want to make sure that, well, no more bodies are made on my watch. It was my master's wish that it was closed a very long time ago, and I'm keeping it up to make sure that we don't bury any other people.
Is it, would you be able to hold off some looky-loos until we're back?
I think so. And she kind of looks around.
There we go.
It's definitely not going to stay quiet for long, but I'm going to make sure that no one else is able to get in there, period. Until otherwise noted, that is.
Fair enough. One more thing, though. I would suggest potentially looking around and hiring or acquiring some scribes. There are some books that are in dire need of, well, refurbishment.
Right. And she just kind of like looks to the ground like, what the fuck am I supposed to go off after that? And says, why don't we step away from here, unless there's anything keeping you tied to this spot?
I don't think so.
Wanting to display the thing that we got at the end that proves that we got through the Gauntlet.
At some point,
keeping me here.
At some point, Sven did take an ever-burning torch.
Okay.
So I guess he's maybe holding. Well, no, they can be extinguished, right?
No.
They can be covered and they can be smothered, but they cannot be extinguished.
Thus the
You can
name.
put something.
They can be peppered and capped too.
Well, I was asking if it could be in my pack or not.
Yes, it can.
Yeah.
It does. There's no
It's
heat.
not real fire.
Okay, then it's in my pack.
You just open it up in blindness.
Every time you open the bag, there's like a holy choir, and then you close.
It's the briefcase from Reservoir Dogs and oh shit, the other Tarantino movie. So she turns and starts walking. You see, I was gonna say, does somebody actually hold that hammer aloft?
Yeah, I'm holding on to it. I'm not like walking around with it raised in the air, but I'll be holding on to it, I guess. Also show it to her as proof.
When you do, you kind of hear a, yeah! I was saying we needed to open that thing again, let people go through, proving whether they are worthy to live or fucking die, man! It's just like, the man speaking is this 6.5 foot tall half-orc man. He is dressed in the same vestments as most of the other priests of Lycurgus are, and most of them are definitely on the battle priest side than they are on the healing priest side, and he is no exception. The clothes that he wears leaves very little to the imagination, because he is built. And
Can you explain? I don't understand.
you do understand, I'm not explaining this to you. And you just hear Kira say, yes, thank you, Hans, that is a great point. Let's not talk about throwing people into the lion's pit so quickly. And she just kind of starts power walking towards the front door.
Should we lock things up first?
She gives a bit of a snap as she kind of goes past the crowd, and you hear her say, everybody that I told, go handle it. Do it exactly as I told you. Don't do anything stupid. And you see like a couple of the other priests of Vic'Talion just give a nod and start solemnly walking towards the stairs descending down into the underground.
Yes.
Take things inside.
Gladly, we only had a couple of incidental injuries, so we'll cover those in the morrow.
Yeah, as you guys go past, like, kind of the group, you definitely get some, like, you know, a nice hard slap from at least a few of them, like, of the Lycurgan priests. And then you just hear the conversation of, like, I know it isn't nearly as fun as watching people kill each other in the arena, but this is still real badass, man. We need to totally open this again.
Oh yeah, Sven's indulging them with, not. I don't want to say he's not like telling stories yet, but like he's answering questions. He's indulging them.
Yeah, it's definitely the people who are asking you questions are like, yo man, how'd you get that scar? Oh man, tell me the things that you destroyed down there, man. I need to hear it. Like, it's that kind of shit. Real humdingers of a questions. Real, you know, Walter Cronkite stuff.
There was the water elemental, then there was the fire elemental, and then there was the yellow ooze, then there was
The
the
tree
clear
elemental.
ooze. There was the wood construct, yes.
There was that electric elemental that we probably almost fought, but didn't.
Oh,
Well,
right.
As they're all going inside, could I actually, while I'm still in vanish mode, I want to quickly dart down an alley and find a quiet place. And I want to scale one of the nearby buildings that's in view of the entrance.
alright, give me a climb.
I'm actually. Can I use the rope of climbing to just make that easier?
Yes.
It also says the rope of climbing can knot itself, making itself 50 feet, but lowering the DC of climb checks by 10.
Yep.
So I'm gonna do that.
Okay. Obviously, when you let the rope go, it becomes visible since you're not touching it. But I think vanish is what, like 30 seconds?
Yeah, but there's I do this when like I'm in a dark alley, like no one's there.
Okay.
Sorry to interject.
Yeah.
Did we get the rope of climbing in the dungeon?
Yes.
Oh shit, we did.
We
That was
forgot.
in the,
It's party loot. It's party loot.
Yeah.
I can pay it off.
Oh no,
Yeah,
no,
once we
it's
get
party
loot.
loot.
It's
Okay.
part of it.
yeah, we're not
It's
going to do
it's
more
a tool.
accounting.
No.
We're not going to do more accounting right now. Yeah, you're able to go across the wide plaza and up onto one of the definitely nicer homes across the street. Just by the time your vanishing comes to an end, that's about at the time that Kira leads the group out into that plaza and turns around to speak with them.
I'm gonna hide myself up there, and I want to look around. A little paranoid, considering we just went into the Gauntlet, and just keeping out and see if there's anyone either up high or down low on the street that might be watching us.
Give me a perception.
God fucking damn it.
You don't notice anything out of the ordinary. There's not a huge amount of people like walking along the street out here. You know the city hall as well as the Silver Corps offices across the street. So a lot of the people you see, you can probably assume are likely, you know, administrative or guard in nature. None of them are really paying a lot of attention. Anytime like they get near to like a priest or anything, they'll give like, you know, good morning, hello sir, that kind of a thing. But there's not anything beyond that.
Okay, I'm going to stay up there until I see the rest of my party come out of the building. Could I argue, if I'm going to be up there for a while, that I eventually get the benefits of like a take 10?
Yeah, you're gonna be up there for at least like a few minutes.
Okay, so I'll stay up there. That's it.
Kira leads the rest of you, sans Daxius and Natari, out into the plaza, and once everyone is like out through that main gate, she turns around and looks up to everybody and says, "Okay, everyone has what they needed? This satisfies whatever it is the Valier Society wanted?
Well,
Should have.
Hmm.
we'll still need to return
Yes,
the next day or so,
books.
but
We
well,
have a few
or
of
other
them.
things that we need to do as well.
Right, yes, yes. We need to make sure that this place remains secure, that we retrieve whatever it is you're looking for. We have a decent, I guess, amount of novices and acolytes here at the Red Temple who can handle that kind of work. It's part of their job. So you won't need to worry about anything like that. As for what we're going to do with the space, I don't know at this point, but for now we're just going to keep everything quiet, and she just kind of looks across the street towards like the building separating where you guys are standing from City Hall and says, I'm sure I'm not going to have any questions from the people working over in that building. And she just kind of gives like a look of like, oh, I hate everything right now.
Well, we would definitely be happy to field any.
If something comes up, I will definitely send them to the Valier Society and let Talia deal with them as is needed. Otherwise, if you decide to do your own marketing, that is on your head. If anybody is injured or anything like that, our services are of course at your disposal. We always accept any kind of donations in exchange for said services, but it is technically a charity.
Correct.
I'm gonna say Sven is talking with people rather than right here.
Okay.
Sure, Talia is going to be extremely excited to hear that she'll have some visitors in the next few days.
Oh yes, Talia, famous for her love of having people coming around and asking her questions. Yeah. But I guess that will be my little payback for, well, letting this happen at all. So, not to sound too bitter, I am glad that nobody has died. There definitely was a reason why we kept a lot of this closed. And I'm glad that it has been rendered harmless, or as close to it as one can come in a world like this.
Yes, I feel that it would be good at some point for you or someone who is able to document this sort of thing to perhaps join us on a quick tour, as I don't believe many of the traps have been disarmed. There are some that we were simply not able to, given the nature of them, and there are some that I wouldn't even call them traps at all. There's also a good possibility that at least one of the elementals is still floating around in there, as we were not able to fully clear things out. I'm not inclined, at least.
Then, whenever that time comes, simply go into the temple and a novice should be able to find me wherever it is I am. As long as I'm not in the middle of a sermon, I should be available.
I presume that your measures are quite extensive to make sure that nothing is going to be interrupting or entering any business that occurs in the Gauntlet for the next few days.
I'm going to make sure that what you guys did cannot happen again. We're not going to have somebody blunder in, and I'm going to take a few precautions in case any looky-loos get a little more bold, I suppose is the word that I'll use. So, if anything happens, it will be on me, and I will pay for any kind of damages, but I'm sure that'll be a lesson whoever it is does that will not so soon forget. So, if there's anything else you need...
Happy to be of service.
Do you have perhaps have someone in your employ that could create or repair one of the walls?
I believe that one of us might be at least maybe not specialized in that, but knowledgeable in it, and if not, I can always contract out to somebody else in the Valier Society. As long as he's
Oh.
not sick, I'm assuming Talia's little pet is
Didn't
talented enough at handling that kind of thing.
I seem to recall Sven saying something about doing that, so may as well leave it to us. We can get to that tomorrow.
Yes, just a quick question. Just nothing we need to have set in stone, so to speak. We can approach this after our group's business down there is concluded. But there is some damage that might be good to keep an eye on.
I'll keep notes of it. And if anybody needs anything else, whether it's related to this or otherwise, my door is always open.
Yes, very much appreciated. And not to abuse your hostility or your hospitality too quickly, but yeah,
To abuse your hostility.
it's a slip of the tongue, but maybe not really. We did have a couple members come down with mummy rot as a result of one of the encounters down there. If we could perhaps employ one of your clerics to assist with this.
She kind of is like, they brought Forian mummies up here.
One of them.
One was enough.
Can't even begin to fathom. But, and she kind of looks around and says, the loudmouth one is actually a rather talented healer, believe it or not. If he can't handle it, I don't think anyone can.
Well, I believe, unfortunately, both of the sick members have departed at this point, but we'll track them down and come back at some point. But what was his name again?
His name is Hans, but no one will answer to that name. Everyone calls him Brick. I'm sure you can guess why.
The one that looks to be a very oversized brick.
Oh, I thought it was because he was always bricked up.
It's brickin' time.
It's brickin'.
Yes.
Wearing them brickin' stocks.
His famous quote.
It's brickin' time.
I love how we have a new member and it's just the cat sitting on Arch's lap.
Woo, yeah, for Cat. Can we get some pogs in the chat for Cat?
Are we allowed to do that anymore? I thought they removed that emote.
Can we get some, whatever the newest equivalent to pogs?
Fucking idea.
No, I think.
Like here.
Oh wait, yeah, no, they did get rid of that.
They changed it. It's still PogChamp, but
They change out who does the pog every time though, because the original pogster, as we'll call them, was a little bit
He was a
racist.
little silly.
Yeah, he was a little silly goofy guy.
Mhm.
He
I don't know
goofed
what
off a
happened,
little.
but
He
I'm
goofed
gonna
off too hard.
Texas is cemented in history now.
I'm gonna make the assumption
Talking
that
about-
he fell victim to the unending trap of all YouTubers and Twitch streamers,
He was always crazy.
which is
He always had wild opinions,
Hmm.
according to FGC people who knew him.
Oh no.
I'm hoping he didn't go with the Yandere dev path, but that's what I was
Oh
assuming.
no.
Holy shit, no, I think he just said some things aloud with his
No.
mouth hole.
He went down the other route, which is the alt-right pipeline.
Yeah.
Yes.
Oh yeah, he had a bridge moment.
I would really prefer if we didn't talk about the alt-right on this live stream just because I don't want to offend anyone.
What about the
calling
Alt
out
F4?
Damn liberals.
Yeah, I think of the people I'm afraid to offend, fascists are not among them, and I also do not think that they're on this website.
I mean, I don't know. Have you seen some of the chatters?
He might be among us.
Among us?
Yeah, we should really be talking. We should really be talking about Chris Chan.
No, no.
Fucking Jesus. Yeah, I mean,
Hey,
it was inevitable it was going to come up again.
You brought up Wonder Bread guy, so I get to bring up Chris Chan.
Yeah.
For those of us who don't know, who is Wonder Bread Guy?
I'm not
How
explaining
about
that, no.
we
You can
don't
fuck off
explain
on the internet
that?
and figure that out all by yourself. So,
We're gonna mention. Let's not mention either of those people.
I guess with that done, she'll allow you to I guess, more or less make off wherever it is you need to go. And she'll go back through the gates inside to more or less handle the security measures to keep people like you out. At least, unless given express permission.
Not like I entered into it. I just peeked through the door.
What time is it?
Yeah.
In game.
It's a little
I'm gonna
afternoon.
watch.
Well, afternoon.
Little afternoon.
Has my stuff gone up at the auction house yet, or would I have no way of knowing?
You have no way of knowing.
Well, we have been underground the last 4 hours, so
Yes.
in any case, let's see if we can't gather up Sven and Natari, see if we can get this disease stuff taken care of.
Yes, I think we need to assess their health conditions before we go on any other rough rolling adventures.
Did Natari just leave?
Mummy rot isn't the kind of thing people usually die from in a day. I can just see to it myself tomorrow.
Well, if we plan on going back in tomorrow, then would you not want to ensure that your resources are in place?
Why? It's completely bereft of threats.
But we're
They were
not
just
going
in.
just. We're not going in just to the Gauntlet. We're going deeper. We don't know what's in the later destinations.
So I
If you're
can prepare more offensively to compensate.
If you're comfortable with spending the resources, then that's no problem. But it's just something
By
I was
all
concerned
means.
about.
We've got all these anti-vampire potions just sitting here, waiting to be used, so if we think there's that kind of threat, let's take all precautions. No reason to get our heads in the clouds now.
Fair enough. So I'm fine either way. Just thought I'd put the option there.
I do understand we weren't really expecting the entourage, but I was hoping at least someone more adapted than me to this kind of thing would have stepped forward, made a thing of it. We are still trying to get our name out there, right? That was the reason that all of you said you were going in, and for the admittedly pretty generous haul.
There were multiple reasons, but
I was going in for glory.
And then you walked right past it. Didn't even make a big deal out of smashing all those things.
Why would I?
Because that's what gets people to talk about people. I mean, it's never been a particular concern of mine, but
I don't need the glory from other people. I just need the glory from within.
what does that even mean? You know what? I'm just going to have... Actually, I'm going to have several ales. I'll see if I can smooth some things over at the chapter house.
yes, we might want to, at the very least, give Talia a heads up.
Mm-hmm.
Well,
Joel, give me another perception check.
Will do. Big money, no whammies.
Fernix just stands there awkwardly for a while, and then he's like, "Be well," and just turns and walks off.
Yeah, you watch the party finish their conversation with Kira Hornblower. You watch the priestess walk back into the yard out front of the entrance to the Gauntlet. You watch them emerge out into the street and talk with one another, and eventually you see Fernix peel off from the rest of the party and make their way up the street. It's about at that point, as your kind of eyes are going like left to right, like kind of following him, you see a figure pull back into the shadow of the alleyway between the Red Temple and the Gauntlet's outer walls. It's just for a quick second, but you definitely see movement. Nothing super distinct.
Who's nearby the Gauntlet still in the party? Like, or at least, like,
Girugamesh
closest?
is.
I think Girugamesh and Vic are still standing there.
Okay, I was thinking like, go message? No, I'm gonna message Vic. Don't arouse suspicion, but there's movement past the gauntlet now that it's empty. Might be someone fucking around in there.
Is that someone going in towards the gauntlet, or just somebody like moving through the alleys behind it? Just that was an out of character question.
Yeah. It is, like I said, it is here. It is behind.
Oh, sorry, gotcha. I misinterpreted. I clarified that.
Were they going? Were they going north towards the graves, or?
Yes.
North towards the graves.
Like I said, they pulled back into the shadow, which isn't very large because high noon.
It's high noon.
You have a quick description.
I
Somebody would say it.
didn't have enough time to see him.
Fair enough. Vic's gonna just casually walk over into the graveyard, where I'm hoping there are a few less people around, and just
I'll
keep
cast
an eye on
message
stuff.
again, and just say I'll flank around with you.
Right.
It is much quieter in there. It's also a bit cooler overall. The abundance of vegetation and greenery makes it a little more pleasant to be in. The hedges that surround the exterior of the graveyard itself seem to act as a natural noise barrier for the things happening to the south.
Yeah, just gonna basically power walk to the center here, and just like see if I can spot anybody moving around.
Give me a perception. And also, Girugamesh, you and Sven, are you just... Girugamesh, everyone has abandoned you. You're alone. What do you do?
I was kind of just watching Vic walk into the graveyard and wondering what he was doing. I was considering following, but I wanted to see how the Daxius Vic roleplay worked out, so...
I mean, you would have heard Vic responding to the message, I think.
Oh. Yeah. I guess Girugamesh is gonna roll a stealth and approach from the other side.
While he's doing that, it says on the map that if I was to leap from where I am, it's about like 55 feet if I wanted to reach like the top of the gauntlet's like outer wall.
Yeah, probably a little narrower than that. Trying to do like actual measurements in this game versus like what I imagine in like Wonder Draft is a little more difficult. I'm saying it's probably close to like 30 feet.
In that case, I'm just gonna use the rope of climbing and just wrap it around something to give it purchase. Just step off the edge of where I currently am, and so that I kind of just like swing down to hit the wall and then climb the rest of the way up. This is still while it's knotted.
Okay.
Do I need a climb check for that?
Yeah, you will.
No.
So...
I mean, thank God for the knotted, because Jesus. You feel like your hands slip a few times, but you eventually make it up.
Okay. I'm gonna take this moment to cast Expeditious Retreat on myself.
Okay.
I'm gonna...
Yeah. I'm just gonna run over here. Do I need to make another stealth check?
Yeah, you will, since you've moved. Okay. Get all the bad rolls out now.
We're never going to be out of them.
No. I know. God, I know.
I'm gonna roll perception to look down the hallway and look into the shadows.
Yeah, you guys all seem to kind of converge on this area. This probably 15 to 20 foot alleyway, which is unpaved, running between the Gauntlet's exterior wall and the exterior wall of the Red Temple, which runs back into the graveyard. And Girugamesh, you and Lan see one another. And Daxius, you get to the corner to look down over the ramparts, and all you see is the two of them looking at each other. There is nothing else in the alleyway.
Yeah. Alright. I'm gonna message Girugamesh. Do you see boot prints in the ground?
I didn't notice anything, but let me take another look.
Give me
Are there
survival.
Survival?
Yep, technically following Prince's survival.
Oof.
Shit.
Even with the perception check, you do notice prints. Like, I mean, it's muddy. It's unpaved, and you have no idea when the last time it is this place was, like, you know, filled in. But you don't notice anything necessarily very fresh.
I'm not seeing anything fresh, Daxius. Are there any exits from this alley, like maybe on the sides here?
Unless they're climbing through one of the high, thin windows into the Red Temple itself, which none of the windows are open.
I'm just going to continue. Anytime I'm talking to you guys, just assume I'm using message until I say otherwise. But I'm just going to say, I'm going to check down the other, the eastern path. But while I'm doing that, can you check something for me? And I want to just throw down the wand of detect secret doors to him.
To me?
Yeah.
Nope.
I don't know that either one of us are going to be able to use it.
Daxius, I don't
Well,
think.
they can just at least. I'm asking you to try. I'm not expecting you to actually succeed. Just since you're there.
Girugamesh is going to try and cast the wand.
Damn, literally one away. Never mind.
Yeah. It doesn't succeed, but it doesn't, like, lock you out or anything like that.
And while he's doing that, I want to do the same thing I did with the rope.
So,
And climb over to this area.
the four corners in the Red Temple are significantly higher than the rest of the buildings around here. They are spires that go up. The parts of the building to the actual temple itself that is opposite the Gauntlet surrounding walls is also several stories higher than the where you are presently standing.
Gotcha.
Yeah, no one's going up and over, at least not without, like, great skill.
Is this
I have
shaft
good
half
skill,
real?
but not great skill.
What was your question?
I asked if that structure on the map was a real structure we could investigate.
That structure is a mausoleum.
I'm gonna check in here, and I'm gonna open the door to the mausoleum.
Well, the doors to the mausoleum are on the other side.
Okay.
And when you get over, you know, you grab the handles and shake them, and they do not open. They're locked.
I can't imagine someone could push their way through this if I can't.
Let's not try to desecrate any graves at this point.
We desecrated a whole bunch down in the Gauntlet.
Well, it was a little different.
Oh shit.
I'm inclined to say that this might be a wild goose chase at this point.
Shit. I'm going to climb down with the rope. Do I need a climb check to just slide my way down?
You do still have to technically make a climb. Yeah, that passes.
Okay. I unknot it, and then put it away, walk up to the party, no longer sending messages. I swear to fucking God I saw something there.
I don't doubt you. I'm more just guessing that it was either someone with very incredible hiding skills or just a magic user. In which case, by this point, they'd be long gone.
Could it have turned into a bat? Like a vampire, perchance?
I was going to say something along those lines, and I kind of look around. We should probably talk about this not in the open.
You're right. Because I would like to say I'm an ally of the vampires, and I wholeheartedly support their cause and their influence within Innsburg.
I do as well.
I
They
feel you do a
are.
lot for the city, and that the common folk don't appreciate the vampire race.
I have a lot of respect for any vampires.
It's a nice bit, you all, but not everyone knows that there are vampires in the city.
Well, we were just talking about vampires.
How about
fair point.
just leave
Yes, let's.
rather than learn performance?
Daxius, you think you do a really good job. Really good. Yeah, really good job.
For whoever was listening.
Girugamesh, you think about the exact same thing. You did a great job.
Nice. Me and Girugamesh just high five each other on the way out.
All right. So, Sven, you are left alone. The rest of your party has fucked off, like one after another. You mostly spent the time like talking with the monks, who are just a lot of them are asking questions. A decent amount of them, especially on the like Kurgan side, are actually very knowledgeable in the art of combat for obvious fucking reasons. So it's not even like they're just a bunch of blithering fans asking like ridiculous questions. No, they're actually mostly gladiators, soldiers, mercenaries, reformed bandits, or retired soldiers.
Yeah, I mean, Sven's very eager to tell an embellishment of the story. He doesn't know, like he's not gonna tell all the specifics. But like one of the ones that he really wants to share is the slime, like the gelatinous cube, because that's a funny one, and also the room where stuff got inverted, because that's also funny.
Yeah, they appreciate those because, weirdly enough, as much as they love the blood and the violence, anything that breaks that up is actually pretty well appreciated because, well, you either laugh or you cry.
So yeah, Sven's playing it up. He's in good cheer. He's also definitely playing us up to be pretty heroic. I can roll storytelling if you like.
Yeah, that would probably be a good time to do such.
I'm more so trying to entertain a crowd than be informative.
You think you do a pretty good job. I mean, you know, being ill, you definitely notice that the mummy's rot affects your abilities to be like outgoing and personable. But otherwise, I think you do a pretty good job.
Sven's telling a story and his face is falling off.
Despite all the negative effects have been cured for now and treated.
No, they haven't. The injuries you've healed up, but not the damage to your abilities.
No, Fernix healed the damage to my ability scores.
You cast both remove disease and remove curse within a minute of each other?
No, just the damage. He's still diseased. So he'll still get damage tomorrow.
Yeah, I'll get damage tomorrow. He just healed the damage itself today.
Alright.
Well, in case we get ambushed, do not, like, oh, I have -1 to attack rolls.
Probably a good idea. So, by the time you probably even realize the rest of the party is gone, who knows how long they've been gone.
I know they went off. I'm sorry.
What does everybody do now?
Well, we've got the rest of them all at once.
Over to the society.
We either all try to talk at the same time, or we all try to let everybody else talk at the same time.
Yes.
Should we report back to Talia at the Valier Society?
I think Fernix was headed that way, but we could meet him there.
Yeah.
I mean, somebody in a bar described her as our handlers, but, you know, I really like to think of it more as like a boss-employee relationship than any sort of person to keep us on a leash.
I don't know that there are many leashes you wouldn't bite off. So perhaps that's not inaccurate.
Yeah.
But still, would be good to check in.
So we do that now.
Don't see why not.
All right. You're able to move your way back towards the chapter house. Obviously, Fernix gets there probably a good 5 or 10 minutes before the rest of you. And when he enters, he finds that the chapter house it's starting to get a little bit busy. You know, it's afternoon. Some people are taking lunch, having a drink. A lot of the festivities haven't kicked off yet for the day. That's not for like another couple of hours. So, despite it being a little bit, you know, raucous, it's not overly busy.
Yeah, I guess I'll, just sort of pokes his head in the door and, like, looks around and looks over at the bar and is like, in a minute. Goes off to, I guess up towards Talia's office.
Yep. As you get up to the second story landing, you find her office doors are open. It's pretty quiet. She's sitting within, seeming to be doing primarily paperwork. Nobody seems to be waiting on her at this time, and she isn't engaged with anybody else.
Hello, Talia.
Her eyes kind of flicker up from the paperwork, and she kind of looks at you for a second and goes, "Oh, yes, please, come in." Oh, so you've,
The door behind me.
Did you make it out, or did you choose not to go in?
We made it through. We managed to secure a hammer of some kind, important to Veus. Fought a mummy. A lot of other things in there, too.
Well, congratulations to that, and I'm glad that... I'm assuming you're not the only one who managed to make it out, correct?
No one was lost, thankfully.
Oh, good. It's a lot of paperwork. If somebody actually has to, you know, handle...
Worst comes to worst, we did happen to find some diamonds in there, so...
Worst
would
comes
have
to
at
worst,
least
I guess
had...
you can pay the priests.
It still would have been a bit out of pocket, and I'm just glad the worst case is a couple of people got a little bit of mummy rot. Should be sorted out tomorrow.
Good. I'm assuming that you'll be able to handle that with Kira and... All right. Well, I'll take that down. I'll make sure that whoever it is ultimately selected to be your mentor is aware of that. I'm sure that will reflect on you very well, and to be honest, it will reflect on the chapter house and myself well as well.
Yes. I was going to stipulate, of course, I'll be the one trying to be here most of the time, but maybe one of us should stay here to field questions in case anyone comes in asking, just so you don't have to. If I had known, I probably would have discussed it earlier, but...
Well, I don't know who would be around to ask questions, but if anybody comes in, I'll make sure that they speak with you.
Well, they were concerned that you were going to be swarmed, apparently.
Oh no, I don't think so. At least I don't think so.
Well, I suppose better safe than sorry. But I'm definitely beat, so I'm going to have a few drinks downstairs and not let things get too rowdy, I hope.
Fair enough, and she picks up... She definitely already has a highball sitting on her desk, mostly consumed at this point, but she holds it up and says, "To your success, and to future ones as well."
Thank you. I'll meet that drink once I get downstairs, assuredly. Oh, and appreciate the opportunity as well. Glad
Certainly.
things went pretty much swimmingly.
It's definitely good to hear. I know that sometimes going into places like that don't always have the greatest outcome.
No. thankfully we were prepared.
Very good. Then I'll let you to your reveling, and if anything comes up, I'll let you know.
Yes. Well, be seeing you. Just steps right back out again.
All right, and you are able to go right down to the bar and consume as much brown liquid as you are desiring.
Well, that wasn't quite as bad as I envisioned it. Thought I was going to get a dressing down for a second there. Yeah, just give me 3. Yeah, you can give them to me all at once.
The rest of you arrive, sans Sven, probably about as Fernix is going into his second drink at the bar.
Slamming them.
Burn.
Hmm?
Have you talked to Talia yet?
Yes. Just did that a couple minutes ago.
How'd she seem?
Good. Positive about the whole thing.
Good.
Says probably won't be anyone asking about it, but I said I'd stay here or maybe get one of you to do it. If you want to talk to people about that thing that we did.
I'm not sure I'm entirely eager to answer any questions, but
I
think
refuse to. I couldn't be bothered right now. Turn to the bartender. 3 drinks, just like my friend here.
We're wanting to prevent any questions, perhaps myself being the face of it, primarily for at least a bit, might not be, might be a good deterrent.
Vic, I don't think anyone's going to be coming up to you and asking questions.
Precisely.
Well, I don't take this the wrong way, but coming from someone who's deliberately tried not to, you have an absolutely terrible way of trying to relate with the common people. I mean, I don't like them any more than you do, but someone's got to talk about you.
I don't think any of us just like the common people.
Well, you're going to just frown at them once they walk in?
My business is my business. I don't need to answer them.
No, your point is well taken. I wouldn't say that it's a dislike of the common people. I think it's just my face. But you are right. Perhaps Sven would be able to spin things a bit better than I could.
I just don't understand why all of you care at all about everyone seeing you as great, mighty warriors and having all these eyes on you. Just... I don't get it.
When the eyes are on you, you know where they are. We don't
If
want people going into the Gauntlet. We don't want people investigating what we're investigating. We don't want people finding out what we're doing. If the eyes are on us, asking us questions, we can better control the narrative. This isn't about personal glory, for myself at least. This is about making sure that our business is ours alone. If we leave
I
it
can
without
understand that.
controlling some of it, then who knows what ears they might reach.
Well, if you're all comfortable with being in the spotlight, I'll be here in the shadows if you need me.
Fair enough.
Glory doesn't mean being in the spotlight of the public eye.
Maybe Natari would like to talk. She actually seems rather outgoing. Don't tell her I said that, though. Don't want her getting a fat head.
She already has one. There's nothing more you. If you inflated that anymore, her brain would explode.
She did do it same as we did.
She did, but I would not trust her to talk to the people. She will probably make, or at least attempt. She will attempt to make it look like she was the greatest victor amongst all of us, while everyone else was lesser, while simultaneously making herself, in reality, look like the biggest shithead of all, and simultaneously making all of us look like giant shitheads.
Well, you can take a hit better than you, Daxius. That's for sure.
These stab wounds are a stylistic choice.
Some of them are for her.
Well,
Just not these
should
ones.
talk her some in the gauntlet, so I suppose that's fair.
Yeah, just
Make sure that she doesn't tell any tales. Especially,
Yes,
at least the ones that we're trying to keep to ourselves. That would probably be good.
no. She knows when to keep her mouth quiet.
Yeah, certainly hope so.
She's an odd one, but she's reliable when she needs to be.
I have a question that's not for here, but it does concern our tomorrow.
If you'd like, I can
I'll
put up
ask
a.
tomorrow.
If you'd like, I can put up an enchantment that blurs our speech.
Yes.
do.
While we're handling that, I would like it if Natari could be the one to babysit here.
I honestly don't know where she is. Once Vic put invisibility on her, I can go track her down. She's probably drinking at another bar or at the Dax house or
Certainly.
on a roof somewhere.
The Dax house.
Tentatively. Well, why not? Tell her while she's attending this for us, the drinks are on me.
Oh, that'll bring her right away. All right, I'll go find her.
Perhaps she'll be a bit nicer if we're providing the lubrication.
Yeah, she'll definitely play ball if that's involved.
We talked about
and
that.
pretty
You might get
quickly.
Sven to come.
Sorry, I didn't catch that.
I'm not going to repeat that one.
Fair enough. And on that note, I down the remaining drinks that I have. Pay them however much I am owed for that, and I will walk out and go look for Natari.
Okay.
Which, how much is that?
If you're drinking here at the chapter house, because you're members, it's free.
Oh shit! I completely forgot about that. Never mind.
Yeah, you still pay like a charge for like liquor and any kind of like more fancy foods, but like basic shit you don't need to worry about.
Okay.
You can still tip the bartender, Daxius.
No, and I walk out.
I put a couple of gold coins on the counter for my friend.
Well, at least some of us are in a decent mood.
Like a tip of $2,000 on a $5 tab.
For his attitude.
Anyway, we have about an hour. No one outside of this small space will be able to understand any of our conversations, so we can speak about as freely as we would hope.
Oh, good. Until that's what you meant. I thought there was something I forgot for a moment.
No. But if you have something to discuss, this would be a good time to do it.
Mentally, I'm completely tapped out. Except for one. So
I can imagine.
that.
I can just imagine Fernix like over his drink, like slowly swaying, like, yeah, I'm mentally tapped out.
He just sort of like slumps forward onto the bar a little bit. Yes, that was quite a bit more exertion than I had anticipated. Thankfully, I didn't have to climb out of any holes this time.
No, but you might have the opportunity next time.
Oh boy.
What,
I suppose the thing that I was going to ask, did we want to just kind of gather information and then go for it as soon as we think we have a shot?
Are you speaking of the vampire issue or the temple?
Yes. The noble woman.
Gathering
She's not-
information.
Well, if she isn't able to gather any information on us, then we leave her no opportunity to. That may be a window of opportunity, and it only comes once.
Certainly worth considering. But at the very least, we need to find out what exactly is going on down there. And if we get the good opportunity, then we should find out what's going on with the Lutz Manor as well.
Right.
Yes, that was my imagining on what we'd be tackling next. Going back into the Gauntlet to go down through the cave and explore the underside of Innsburg.
There was supposedly a temple to Vase down there.
I believe that's what the large doors were.
I do take my duties seriously, so I would like to find that, but I figure it'll take all day.
We found it.
Oh.
Those were the Gurugamesh. She described a set of very large doors that were not too far from the exit of the.
Yes,
correct.
I didn't find them when I went back down while we were in the Gauntlet, but entering through the Lutz Manor hold, I was able to eventually make my way to a pair of large doors in an area that looked like it hadn't been touched for several hundred years. That very well could be the entrance to the Temple of Vase.
That sounds very possible.
Yes, I suppose we don't know for sure, but I assume you would be able to retrace your steps once we got down there.
Not a chance.
All right.
I was panicked. I was trying to get out. My best clothes had been torn. I was covered in mud, and I still had work to do.
Could you perhaps follow your large boot tracks and shards of shattered clothing?
That's probably a more feasible plan.
I can't follow my tracks, but if I can find some tracks that I left, I can follow those.
Oh, I thought when you said retrace your steps, I thought you meant like in my head.
You literally found your steps under the.
Yeah, I remembered that, but I didn't make the connection.
Fair enough.
to you suggesting I had literally retraced them.
Never mind. We're on the same page now.
I think we need to re-explain it for the viewers who don't get it.
Not to worry.
We'll do that after we finish with the going over the loot again.
I presume everyone is just as exhausted as I am, so.
I'd imagine so. I'm glad that we were able to make it out in relatively close to one piece.
One Piece?
It's real.
Sven just smashes through the door. Well, perhaps it would be good to just keep things light for the rest of the day. On that note.
That was what I was hoping to do.
I think Daxius needs his rest for the dancing competition tomorrow. Do you think it'd be a good idea to go back in to the underground tomorrow, or should we wait a couple days?
Well, the competition is not till the evening. We could try to wake up at a similar time this morning. Tomorrow morning.
Yes.
It would give us 10 to 12 hours.
Yeah. I guess Daxius can take a nap between.
Well, it's only.
Decide.
There's plenty of time for resting. But we can decide as a group, yes. So if we were planning on doing the arena, then perhaps doing the investigation sooner rather than later would be good, as that's very close to midday.
Yeah. I guess tomorrow's our best option. But say, shouldn't Daxius be back by now?
Oh, I thought he just left.
I thought he was getting Natari.
We don't know where she is.
Daxius, you have to go around a decent, few locations. You probably go right for, the Lord and Lady, since it's pretty close, and you don't find her there. Probably after that, you would most likely make for the Traveler's Rest, as it is the next closest, and also definitely lower down the food chain of quality as things go, without necessarily stepping into the dive bar area. And that is actually where you find her, sitting at the bar, talking with the bartender, already a couple drinks deep. And like as you get close, like most of what you hear is like a mixture of her bitching about some of this shit, like that happened to her, and also like more or less stroking her own ego. Like, you know how much I had to put myself in risk, and these bastards, they just want to fuck me over.
I will say, Sven, like, what I did want to do was, at some point, try to get the most bro people that he was talking to, and, like, go to the bar with them, and talk about things over drinks. So he might be there as well. Or might not.
Probably at the Lord and Lady. Yeah, the Lion Lady. And it seems to be your regular haunt. Either way, Daxius, yeah, you're able to find Natari.
I will approach Natari and just sit at the bar with them, just casually. Why am I not surprised you immediately went to drinking?
She like
I say as I order a drink for myself.
She just kind of goes, because I almost died like 4 times, you asshole.
Yeah, welcome to the club. I figured you'd be used to it by now.
You guys walking right up to death and spitting on it.
I will say you did put up a good show in that regard.
Yeah, well, fucking hurt.
Yeah, how's the, you know, is the alcohol mixing well with that, disease you've got running through you?
You see some of the people around you guys start to, like, kind of lean away a bit, and she just kind of looks around and says, fuck you, you two-faced shit.
Seriously though, we do need you, and, Fernix has offered to pay for drinks completely on the house.
You should have led with that.
Yeah, well, I wanted to fuck with you, but come on, let's go.
Alright.
And I lead them back.
Yeah, it's only maybe like 5 or 10 minutes of like movement before finally you arrive back. Just as the rest of them are like looking around, like, what do we talk about now? We're just, you know.
Sit down at the bar with Natari. There they are. Woo! Let's give it up for Natari. Bartender, I need like 3 shots of your strongest shit.
There she is.
So what do you want? Well, don't everyone talk at once.
Birch, I think Natari is addressing
Oh, I was confused.
Birch.
Just if they're just sit here, drink as much as you'd like, and if there are people that come in and ask questions about the Gauntlet, go ahead and field them.
What's the catch?
The catch is that you come and do that again tomorrow when we ask you to. And also food. You can have food too. I just forgot. I'm into my 3rd ale.
Okay, and like, what's the actual catch here? Because there's no way it's just, oh yeah, here's free food and free drink for just talking to people, especially after you guys were like, no, Natari, you can't have any of our loot, you gotta split it up. What's the actual catch?
We need you to help us out by doing this.
Natari, there's a reason I like these folks, and it's because they actually don't try and scam you with every breath they make. Unlike how you're used to.
Sure, fine, whatever. Yeah, I can do that.
I read in Daxius' diary that he doesn't just like us, he likes us.
First of all, I don't have a diary. Second of all, I don't even have a journal. Third of all, if I did, I'd be impressed if you actually snuck into that.
But you would be impressed. I know how to read.
Yes, I would be, because so far you haven't... No. Today's a good day.
Just let me know if you do have something that needs warding. I could put a glyph in there that'll blow that smirk off his face.
I think I'm alright for now, but I'll keep it in mind.
If you're looking for some sort of catch, you can perhaps take the fact that we're trying to control the narrative as much as possible. And, yeah. We don't want the specific details of why we went down there in the first place coming out. And before you ask, yes, with the area is protected, no one can understand what we're saying.
Cool.
Assuming things go well, we'll let you know after they're dealt with. Assuming things don't go well, you knowing them would put you at risk.
Alright, sure, so we went down there for money. Like,
No,
And
for glory.
Glory and fame and...
yeah, no, but money.
No, we went down there for money.
Yeah.
If you could talk us up, that would be nice too.
At a game, because I'm not here, that might invite thieves to take a particular interest in us.
Bring it.
Bless me, sir.
I feel like this Gauntlet is out of game talking. The Gauntlet is well known enough that it's probably going to be a given that we're going to have a lot of money coming out of there.
Yeah,
So,
that's true.
Mentioning it or not, it probably doesn't matter.
Yeah, that's fair.
But whatever.
Either
In
way,
any
that
case,
is a good point. You actually didn't see it in game. Never mind.
We had a myriad of reasons.
Sure.
two things. Well, one thing that I want to make clear. Don't mention the entrance to the underground cave system.
What entrance?
Thank you.
Precisely.
You got it.
She looks like she's gonna say something else, and then she's like, ah, fuck it, I don't care.
And thank you, Natari. I hope whatever Daxius sticks you with is substantial enough to compensate for the risk.
Daxius immediately cringes once he hears anyone thanking Natari.
Yeah, real funny. What was the other thing?
What a bad employer Daxius is, I just want to say.
Hey, where's Lugo?
Things tend to go to her head.
The camera shifts just a little bit, and you see Lugo sitting there, and just kind of,
Yeah.
and then the camera goes right back.
Oh,
least
I wanted.
Pay and respect my hirelings.
Yeah, I want him to have made more money than us just through all of his gambling habits. So every time he shows up, he's got more and more jewelry on.
And yet somehow he's still subservient to Sven.
Who pays him like $5 a year.
I hate you guys.
I mean, he's not technically our slave. He spends.
No, he's not.
It's technically his indentured servitude. You're right.
Yes.
Indentured servitude is just slavery with
Guys, I pay him well. Please.
Like he almost has enough to afford a box to sleep in.
God.
Yeah.
So is Lugo in the bar with us? Is he drinking at the chapter house?
No, he's probably over at the Lion and Lady.
This is so sad.
Wherever he is, he did his part.
Oh, jeez.
Is there any need for me still?
No, just enjoy yourself.
We really
Cool.
only needed you to get Natari.
Yeah, that's fine. Just if you need me, I'm gonna be taking a wander outside the city for like an hour or two. Just gonna try and fashion myself some new crossbow bolts. I'll be back. I don't plan on being long.
Go have fun playing with your trees and shit.
Suck a cock or whatever you like doing.
He's not here right now.
With that, I will walk out.
I like to imagine Daxius' line is the only words that were understandable from our entire conversation. Just as he walked away.
God, what a prick.
Yes,
Yeah.
well.
Well, I think I'll be taking my leave as well. I'm gonna go check on the auction house.
I'm hoping that you took notes for everything that was there.
There was only one thing there, and I did take notes.
And you
I also
did?
took note of the rolls. So,
Yeah.
yes, I don't know if you remember me saying that I was rewatching some of the sessions. It was because I was going back and getting information.
Yeah, that part I don't remember.
Oh, well, all right. Okay, I do have that written down. Whenever you're ready for that.
If it's just one thing, I think that's something that's pretty easy to go through. What was the item that was being put up?
It was the topaz ring. Let's see. I rolled a. I provided a pamphlet to advertise my wares, and I rolled a 22 on the bluff. So, I'm not sure how you want to do it.
Okay. What was the range evaluation that the auctioneer gave you?
It's valued at 1,600, but I put a reserve at 800.
Okay. If you definitely want to take, because I'm assuming it's possible that it might have happened, probably not. We're gonna, even if it happens later in the day, I'd rather just do it now.
Sure.
If you want it to be obviously random as an auction house goes, give me either a D20 or a D100, your choice.
Any bonuses?
If it is a D20, a +2. If it is a D100, a +20.
A D100 plus 20?
Or yeah, if it's D100, it's +10. Excuse me.
I
had
had heard
math.
plus 20.
I don't know how to math.
Oh my gosh! I rolled a 2 on the D100.
Wow.
That's a D100?
It should be.
Okay.
Yeah, it
no,
is.
no, it is.
Oh no!
Well,
I forgot to say I was using one of my inspiration points on that one.
well, I did update the rules to be like, hey, this is how you delineate things. For inspiration points, it is to guarantee a hit before rolling, adding a 6 after an attack roll, detracting 6 from an attack roll of an enemy, and then automatically passing a skill check, ability check, or saving roll. However, this definitely doesn't fall into any of those. With this, if you really want to burn one, basically it'll add probably like a +40 to a D100.
That's good to know. I'm not going to add it on this. I will take the 12.
Okay. So, you're able to be there when the auction house comes to this. Since yours is just a single piece, it's not really, it's not wrapped in any other as a lot. It's there is like somewhat of like an intro, like who's made it and that kind of thing. You can't necessarily get a great read from the crowd as to whether or not there's like interest or if it's just it's another name that they hear. You don't hear a lot of like names presented to a lot of the pieces, with the exception being to like painted or printed work where a name is generally readily available, or to certain magical gear where who made it can be very, very important to defining its value. With the jewelry, the only names like you hear like one or two, and they primarily seem to be what jewelry, like what house sold it, like what store it was sold at. And it goes to auction, and you hear it. Initially, there isn't a great amount of enthusiasm, since there already was a viewing before this, because generally speaking, that's how auctions go. There's a viewing before for people to actually see it, see credentials, and then it goes to the block. It eventually goes up, and there isn't a great amount of enthusiasm initially. There are a few bids here and there. It does manage to get to 800. The price ends up going to 920, and that's where the bidding ends.
Damn. Can't get my pen to work.
I think you're still coming out with a pretty sizable payoff regardless.
Probably, yeah. While I'm here, can I go ahead and put something else up?
Sure.
I am going to... Actually, you know what? I'm not going to put it up just yet. I would like to try and... Is it alright if I continue doing commerce stuff? Or just...
How
Alright.
how much are we doing?
I wanted to go to the jewelers to see how much they would give me for a particular piece, and then if I didn't like the price, I was going to put it up at the auction house.
Sure, yeah, you can definitely check in with Sage about that.
Yeah. At Sage Jewelers, I also would like to check on the pieces I have put in their window. Just while I'm there.
Okay.
I have it down as well.
Yeah, I was gonna say, hopefully, anything like that, if you're gonna keep notes, adding it to the notes portion of your character sheet would be great. This kind of stuff ends up kind of getting lost in the cracks because I don't even want to describe how many words I've written between this session and last one because it is frightening. I know you had 3 pieces, I believe.
Yes, I had a good pyrite ring, an onyx ring, and a rose quartz ring.
Okay. Those were at the kind of lower end price wise. They were more for like relatively average people to buy.
They're all between 100 and 150, but I've got them listed there for 450 with the idea that I'd be talked down or
Okay. Did you go over with Sage like how low you're willing to go if somebody negotiates?
I believe I did.
Okay.
What
was the bottom?
I think the bottom was like between 200 and 300.
Okay.
That'd be the bottom, but obviously I'd prefer more.
Okay. Okay. The onyx ring actually has already sold. It sells for 235 gold.
Nice. Okay.
Did you already pay him a certain fee, or was he taking a percentage as if it were commission?
I believe he was taking a percentage as if it was commission. I didn't pay him a fee.
Okay. I think he's most likely going to take 15%.
Of that 235?
Of the final sale price.
Dang. Okay.
Yep.
You can make me break out the calculator. I'll just do that later.
Yep.
Okay. So all of those have sold. Or just that one has sold.
Yep, just the one.
I'm going to ask him how much he would like to, how much he would buy the topaz necklace masterpiece for. It's valued at 2,000 gold.
Okay. Give me a diplomacy.
Oh, shoot. I can't use bluff?
Are you lying about it?
I will lie and say that it's worth 2,500 instead of 2,000.
Alright,
Simply
give me
because
bluff.
I get a -1 on diplomacy.
Okay, so what you were hoping for was 2,000.
Right.
He looks it over and he definitely is at least complimentary of the quality. He's like, I don't have exactly any problems with the quality. It's more or less, who exactly am I selling this to?
Well, it could be for your shop to sell. It's a fantastic piece. I mean, anyone will look good wearing it. It'll sell in no time flat, I'm sure. Especially to some of your more noble clients.
I'll tell you what. I will offer you 1,800 and offer it to sell it at the price that you have asked for me. If it happens to sell at that price and not 1 gold less, I will split the difference with you.
Sorry, out of character. How would that work?
If you were expecting a 2,500, he's offering to pay you 1,800, which is less than what you wanted or what you thought it was worth, because he doesn't expect it to sell very quickly, or not necessarily at all, but it's probably going to languish just due to its price. And he says if it happens to sell at or near the price that you want, the difference between it he will also pay you. So if it were to sell for 2,500, the difference in that is 700. He would offer you an extra 350.
Sure. I say I'll tell him deal.
All right. So you're able to walk away with the 1,800, presently in the hopes of earning another 350.
Great.
Okay.
Are you rolling to see? Or I guess I can't
It's
ask
going
why
to
you're
take
rolling.
time.
Okay.
Yeah. That's just it. It's going to take time.
Well, I'll go put another piece up for auction tomorrow. And then I'm gonna go and find Lugo, and we can come back to me.
Okay. All right. Lugo is basically exactly where you left him, which is basically drinking at the Lion and Lady. You definitely notice he doesn't go through alcohol very quickly. He definitely does not seem to be the kind of person that can just pack it away.
Lugo, while I was at the chapter house, I wrote this on a napkin, and I present to him a brief little ditty of what our escapade in the Gauntlet was. Would you take this over to the printing presses and maybe present it to the... you told me there was some sort of newspaper company, right?
No, there's no press in this city.
There's no press?
No, it was done by scribes.
Done by scribes.
Mhm.
Oh. Would you take this to the scribes and get some posters made talking about how we cleared the Gauntlet? It could be fun to put these up.
Yeah, sure.
Just as advertising for us.
Like how many? 20?
I was thinking like 50.
Alright.
Just let me know
Wanna
how much
take
it is.
maybe sometime tomorrow?
That would be fine.
Alright, he takes the doodle that you've made and whatever you expect to pay them, which probably isn't a huge amount, but I mean it is for like normal people, but not for you guys. You're looking at maybe
Right.
like 5 gold.
Yeah, okay. That works
Yeah.
for me.
Yeah, you're mostly paying for labor, not necessarily material.
Sure. I'm gonna then head back to the chapter house to regroup with the rest of the party, or I guess with just Fernix and Vic, since I know where they are.
And on that note, let's take a very small break. And we'll come back and get right back into it.
Okay.
Be back in about 5.
See you in a
Yeah.
bit.
How good of a shot do you think Sven is?
Probably pretty good.
All right, so Girugamesh, you leave the jewelers, leaving him with the piece that you're hoping to sell. You've left the instructions and the example with for Lugo to go off to make those posters. After you leave with him, where is your next destination?
I'm gonna return to the chapter house because I made this gold laurel with amber's inset for leaves, and I really wanted to be offered as a prize for the upcoming Colosseum battle. You know, I thought that'd be really cool. The arena competition.
And
That's who I
Who are you speaking to about this?
I would just go talk to Talia because she's the only one I really have
Fair enough.
contact with.
She'll kind of look at you like a little bit like strange and say, I mean, it's a beautiful piece, but we don't run that. You're going to want to have to go talk to the Red Temple. They're the ones that run that competition.
Oh, I just assumed it was you since you all did the monster wrangling.
Oh, certainly. That's an event that we run to attract some of the lesser-known people. The arena is run primarily by the Lycurgans and the Vic'Talions. It's part of their culture to, you know, beat the ever-loving hell out of each other in a sand pit.
Oh, well, I shall take my leave then.
Enough.
I bid her adieu, and I head to the Red Temple.
She'll offer you the, you know, the same congratulations of like, hey, you guys did a really good job. Thanks for not dying before.
Oh, it was my pleasure not to die. It wasn't really that hard, you know, being the muscles of the group and all. I'm also the artist of the group. I have a bit of a soft side, and I present the gold laurels. Like, whoever wins the arena competition, I would like to show my appreciation for the culture they bring to Innsburg, and I'd love to contribute to their success. And this, I offer my laurels.
All right, she'll definitely offer like compliments on it. Like, it definitely seems very delicately made. I can definitely tell that there was a lot of care and consideration put into it.
Of course, it's a reward. It's meant to be ornate and beautiful.
All right. With that, you are able to leave and make for the Red Temple. There are some like events going on like actually in the arena, but it's mostly like lower end stuff that's for entertainment, as opposed to be like truly a competition kind of thing. That's not going to start for another few days and basically last almost all of that day. With the actual brackets running from like noon through about 5 p.m. I believe, 5 or 6. With your guys' I guess prestige and name given a significantly greater heights, especially within the Red Temple, you don't find any problems, you know, getting your way in to speak with the right people. While you don't end up in either the offices of either Kira or Brick, but you do end up speaking to an older priest of Ixthanis who is mostly running this stuff, and he definitely said he's already heard like the stories, and he kind of looks over. I'm assuming you're still like clad in your gear and that kind of stuff.
Yeah, I guess I didn't make a point to take it off.
Yeah,
So.
I always just assume if you guys don't necessarily mention it that you're still dressed, as you usually are. And like it seems like he's like considering it for a second, like, and this is before like even any kind of like convincing or anything. And he says, "Certainly, I think we could probably add that to the pot. We could probably make a point of it, coming not necessarily from you individually, but from the group who managed to run through the Gauntlet, at the behest of the Red Temple itself."
You can just say the artisans within the Gate Crashers.
Certainly, I can definitely do that. And thank you for your patronage, and well, congratulations on doing something that hasn't been run in about 60 years.
Well, thank you. It was a very fun time in the Gauntlet. It wasn't I'm glad it's being gotten rid of. I wouldn't want anyone wandering in there on their own.
Give me a
The amount of elementals and traps, extremely dangerous for a layperson.
Give me a bluff. You're gonna get some bonuses, but I want to see how that plays out because you are smoke up ass.
Ooh.
Considering who you're speaking to, he kind of takes it over. You definitely tell by his age and his experience, he isn't necessarily buying every single bit that you're selling, but he's like, yes, of course, we definitely want to make sure that if we do something like this again, that we're not creating more bodies than is absolutely necessary.
Yes, and I'll be responsible with how the story spreads, but I can't promise the fish won't grow bigger every time we tell it. And
That is generally how they go.
Yes, well, thank you for your consideration with the prize pools. I put a lot of care and effort into the laurels, and you can see in the detail.
Of course. And he like closes the box that you have and like puts it to the side of his desk, and I guess with that done, I guess you're able to head off wherever it is you're planning on going next.
The chapter house, meet up with Vic and Fernix.
Okay.
Do I run into anyone on the way there?
Not on the way back. This is kind of, there's a lot of like, this is probably maybe like a half hour of work that a lot of this is going over. So let's check on, I guess, what other people are doing within the hour. Let's go with Sven. I'm assuming that you're going back to the Lion and Lady. Are you like really trying to ham it up, get attention? You're muted. Still muted.
I was double muted. Yeah, once I'm here, absolutely. I'm trying to ham it up. I'm not trying to I'm trying to impart that the place is still dangerous and trapped. Just to like dissuade anybody from, going in and being like, yeah, we did all this cool stuff and in a few days we're gonna disarm it and maybe it'll be open to the public. But like, I really try to ham up how dangerous the traps were and how deadly, just as a part of it, like trying to really dissuade anybody from trying to go over there just yet. But like also slipping in that maybe it'll be open to the public so that like the people who want to go will be like, oh well, I'll just go later then. Okay. Trying to like cover all the bases. But yeah, no, I'm really hamming up a lot of the stuff. Probably I don't think Daxius isn't here, right?
Nope.
He probably won't like me for this, but I am playing up Natari also a little bit.
He'll just remain blissfully unaware.
Playing up everybody, but making sure Natari has some spotlight too.
Okay. That definitely goes over pretty well. Unlike some of the other performances that you've made before, which have been, you definitely have gotten not necessarily a cool reception, but it's definitely a venue that's like a place that is this large that has this much going on. It's definitely a bit of a harder sell. It's kind of like you might be real popular in fucking Raleigh, North Carolina, but you go to New York City and it's definitely an entirely different league. Not that I'm calling fucking Innsburg New York City, Jesus. But you definitely get a lot more traction, particularly because what you've accomplished was done within the walls. Hasn't been done in several generations, and seems to have that bit of a home field advantage, I suppose. Alright. Vic, what are you doing in the next few hours?
Question. Do deflection bonuses stack?
I don't think they do. The only bonuses that stack are dodge and circumstance.
Okay.
Correct me if I'm wrong, but as far as I'm aware, bonuses of like the same type, whether it's like of armor class or whatever else, don't stack with each other. They have to be different bonus types.
Yeah, with a couple exceptions, being dodge and circumstance.
Okay.
And I think natural armor can kind of stack with itself if the natural armor is just a regular natural armor bonus and not an enhancement to natural armor. So if you have natural armor from some sort of source like racial or a wild shape or something like that, it would still stack with the enhancement bonuses you get from like a amulet of natural armor or a bark skin spell.
Okay.
All right. So, Vic, what are you doing over the next few hours?
I would like to take a bit of time. Maybe if there's something to discuss as a party, he might stay for a little bit. But he's mostly just going to be working on trying to integrate the new the gargoyle fang and horn into his bracers. Because he left a few open spaces for that sort of trophy type of thing.
Yep.
So it'll take maybe an hour to try to fiddle with that.
Okay.
And after, probably going to go over to. I would assume the hammer and hearth would not have like wooden bows and stuff like that. That would be mostly blacksmith type of thing, or would that be a general weapon shop?
That'd be a bowyer. But there is definitely somebody who handles like a bowyer and a fletcher that sell their wares within the Flagstone market. You can find it there.
Okay. Yeah, I'd like to pick up a composite longbow 4, and then a handful of arrows, just as something to have.
Yep, no problem.
I don't remember the exact price on that, but we'll just say that I did it, and I'll grab it later.
Yeah, I was gonna say you can do the math, not in session.
I think it's 500, but don't quote me on that. After that, I think probably gonna take a quick trip just outside town. There was a hunter's lodge not far outside of the city, correct?
Yes.
Probably going, like, how far outside the city? Like a couple miles?
Yeah, it's gonna be a bit of a hike, but maybe like an hour of walk. If obviously you can't walk nearly as full speed because you're not on the road, but yeah.
Yeah, actually, I'm gonna pick up Princess the horse from the Lion and Lady, and because I haven't been spending any time with my horse recently. Gonna pick her up and just head out to the hunter's lodge, and after getting the bow and stuff, it's gonna head out in that direction, and we'll probably leave a note at the chapter house for Sven, basically saying something along the lines of, considering going for a hunt, gonna stay at the hunter's lodge for a few hours. If you're interested, you can meet me there.
All right.
And I think probably don't need to go into a lot of details, but he's going to be trying to look for, main goal is to get away from the city and just get some room to breathe. But planning on going on a quick wolf hunt because he's got a bit of a pet project he's thinking of putting together.
Okay.
So we can continue on with that if you'd like, or if we want to wait till everybody else is resolved, I think it's a fine time to wait.
Okay. Fernix, anything that you think you would do between now and dinner?
Yeah, actually. So, on the note, thinking about oh yeah, Sven has got a fancy new bow. Just gonna go ahead and start laying out the stuff to make a slaying arrow. Looks like. So, sets up the Olympics and all that, and just gets a lot of stuff flowing. Just some probably some smoke, because this is a slaying arrow made to kill undead and not things that are alive.
Mm-hmm. Okay. That's definitely a project that you can get yourself started on, no problem. You definitely have the space, you have access to whatever materials you need, you have the time, and now that you're alone, nobody's fucking bothering you.
Precisely. Except maybe Natari, because I assume she's still there.
She's still there, and we'll actually be coming back to that in just a moment. Daxius, what are you doing between now and supper time?
I am just keeping to my word, and I'm leaving the city similar to Vic, although I left earlier.
A little quiet.
Am I? Is that any better?
Mm,
I think you're okay. I just already have turned up a bit, though.
yeah, I just turned you up again.
Fair enough. Yeah, they'll just be going out into the woods. Now, question first. Do I happen to see Vic set up like a communal like post box of sorts? I forget what.
Yeah, you did.
Yeah. Do I end up seeing that on the road?
Of course, yeah.
I'm just gonna put 4 splinter cloud arrows into it.
Okay. Yeah,
Just
no
for
problem.
whoever wants them. And then I'm gonna go off the road into the forest, and once I'm a little deeper, I'm actually gonna transform back into my regular kitsune form. Let out a sigh of relief. Just take in the forest for a minute before scouring through it and trying to find the materials to possibly make some crossbow bolts. Is that survival?
Yeah, it would be survival.
I'm gonna take a while. Can I take 10? Because I've literally no bonus to survival.
Okay, fair enough. Yeah, I think you'd be able to. Basically, crossbow bolts are primarily made out of in the same way that like bows and other arrows, where it's like just a solid core of a smaller tree. So it's just finding the right materials and then separating it out. So you're able to do that. Is this something that you've done before? Like,
Not really, actually. He's kind of exploring new territory.
okay, so I'm gonna say that you're able to eventually find the materials that you need. It takes a little more time than you think, because you keep going like, oh, I think I can make this. Nah, it feels too spongy. Oh, I could probably use this. It's probably too thin. Finally, though, you do find a smaller tree that you think is usable for this. And then you said about hacking it down and then crafting it. I'm not really going to have you make a crafting check. Just give me a d20 to see how your first attempts go.
Oh.
Real bad. Real fucking bad. Your first attempts definitely don't go smoothly. Thankfully, you have ample material
Thank
to
God.
work with. So, give me another d20.
Real quick, does this not fall under crossbow fletching, or is this just for something else?
It would. I just wanted to see how shit goes. So if you actually have a skill specialization, you can roll that.
Yeah.
Yeah, it definitely goes better this time. It takes some time. I'm saying the more or less you passed. It just the difference between a 10 and a 20 is how quickly are you able to do it.
Fair enough.
So you're able to. Okay, I didn't fuck it up this time. I found it. Things are quiet. I'm able to find a place where I can sit down and work on it. And you're left alone. You're left undisturbed, unmolested for the maybe few hours it takes you to pare it down, shape it out, and then do the final carving.
Alright. How many arrows does that get me?
More or less, you can probably return to the city whenever you feel like it. So if you were returning like right after, you're probably getting in just like right around supperish time.
I'll stay out until nightfall.
Alright. Okay, so
Sorry, how many bolts does that get me?
I think you make 10. I
10.
believe.
Okay. Alright.
Okay. By the time supper comes, Sven, you have been speaking with these people for some time. Eventually, the priests do end up like wandering out because they have to go back to their own, work. They are priests. They have their own duties at the temple. But it's probably around 6 o'clock. You've gotten some other attention, like some people will buy you drinks, or you have food that's provided to you on the house by the proprietor. The door opens and you hear like some people talking, and a man enters. Probably somewhere between 5'8" and 5'10". Age is most likely in his 40s or 50s. It's a bit difficult to tell. He's a bit heavy set. Kind of has that like rose to his cheeks of a man who drinks a little too much. But he has a very, very visibly cheery disposition, and he's dressed pretty well. Maybe not like high noble well, but definitely well. And he walks with a walking stick that has like a metal head on top of it. And he crosses over and speaks with the bartender. He definitely stands out a bit in the crowd, where he's not as rough and tumble, but doesn't have the... He's not dressed in a way that screams, "I'm a merchant." Like, you've spent enough time on the road and in places like these to pick out who does what. And this guy's a bit hard to place. He speaks with the proprietor, who kind of gestures towards you, and the man, gives that nice smile and kind of gives like one of these, and then starts walking over. He doesn't even as he nears you, he doesn't really invite himself. He just sort of goes over and says, "Ah, you're just the man I'm looking for," and he pulls the chair out and sits down across from you. He is human, by the way. He's just kind of like a regular human man. You're muted.
Oh, again. Damn.
Yeah.
I imagine I'm mid-story and I pause and I look to him and I say, "Oh, you're here to listen to the stories as well."
No, I'm here for you to record it and play up the city.
Oh, this is good news. I wasn't expecting to get a scribe this quickly, but you're welcome here, friend. Sit. I'll start from the beginning. And I imagine the crowd groans.
And he's like, no, I don't want you to tell it to me. I want you to write it down. I wish you to embellish it and more or less create it as a dedication to the city. You have no idea who I am, do you?
Apologies, no, I am new to the area.
I'm Herr Rickard Adelmar, excuse me. I'm the mayor.
You're gonna have to write that name down, Gray. Sorry.
Herr Rickard Adelmar. Yeah, I guess I will. Herr being a title, not a name.
Okay, that makes sense. It's good to meet you, friend. I'm Sven. I am from Velhinia.
Yes, I do believe I've heard both of these things, and I do believe your accent betrays that.
It's good to hear that my name has gotten around. Would you mind if I finish this story to the rest of the people here?
Certainly, I will be having a little bit of a top off myself, and as soon as you're done, please join me. And he stands up and he uses the walking stick, even though he visibly does not look like he needs it. Pushes the seat in and starts talking with somebody else who's nearby. That he greets him by name, says, "Oh, I haven't been around to your shop in a while," and just wanders off.
And I'll finish my story, however long that takes, about, I don't know, the fire elementals.
Yeah. It takes as long or as short as you want it to.
And I guess by the end of that, I'll make my way, I'll tell the people that I'll be here for the rest of the night, but, enjoy your drinks. I've got some business to attend to for now. And I'll make my way over to him. And I'll sit down beside him. And I'll say, "You're just the man I was looking for."
He is sitting at a single table with a chair across from him. He's been kind of leaning back and talking with somebody else. You definitely know, as you've told the story and glanced over, he always seems to be talking to someone. Someone always seems to be talking to him. Whether it's a hanger-on or somebody like taking notes or asking questions, there always seems to be someone gathered around.
Mhm.
And as you like walk over, he just kind of gestures at the person to like, hey, fuck off. As you come over and sit down, and he like sits himself forward, puts like his plate to the side, which is like picked clean, and says, "Well, let me say that it has been a very long time since I've ever had to commission anyone regarding the city, but I'm so absolutely glad that it has come along, especially as it seems most likely that the Emperor is going to be moving on from the city that he is currently in, and we wish to persuade him to choose ours to come to next."
Oh, this is very interesting. How that? I'm afraid I'm not very well versed in politics. How would that even? Are there accommodations here
Oh, well,
for such a man?
that would be the Lord to take care of. The Prince himself would be the one putting the Emperor up. It's a great honor and a very great expense, but it means that any kind of problems that we have in this area are taken care of him very quickly, and there is a great amount of prestige in getting the Emperor to winter in your city for the year or two, or however long it takes for him to conduct his business and then decide to move on.
Hmm.
So,
And you wish for me to write a story that would persuade him?
I am looking for you to detail the discovery and the running of the old Gauntlet, and I want you to play up everything which happened within. Give some facts about the city, very much adulate it, fillet it if I am to be a little more coarse. Because anything that gets in front of him and convinces him that Innsburg is the place where he wants to come and handle his business for a year or two is really what we're trying to accomplish here. Anything of value.
Well, friend, I do wish to take you up on this offer, but I do see a few minor issues that might arise. The first being, I'm new to this area. I don't know many facts of this city. Perhaps you could help me in these things, but I myself am not able to, put too much into it.
Well, I'm more interested in the story itself rather than all the fluff. I have a few secretaries who can help you with some of the finer details, but primarily I'm interested in this display of the discovery of an old piece of history of this city, something which speaks to its historical roots and its greatness as part of the old empire.
Sven looks still a little uncertain, and he says, yes, this is all very good, but I'm not sure how long I can sit down and write something like this as well. This is another issue that I'm not a very fast writer in common, and I don't know how long my party will be staying here. We might have business elsewhere. However, if you wish, it would be wonderful to have maybe you sit down with me or your scribes or secretaries and write down the story as I tell it. That way, you on your own time can maybe embellish or properly put it to prose.
Well, I'm pretty certain that I most likely have the right people, not necessarily a number, but a way to magically take dictation.
This might help, yes.
Hopefully it won't take too much time. I'm not looking for a full storybook. I'm looking more for something in a few thousand words ballpark, I would say. Something which is gripping, which is interesting, but isn't boring with the amount of time one needs to spend to absorb such a story.
Yes, I'd be very willing to do this then. This sounds not terribly hard. Maybe an evening. Yes.
As long as it takes. There is no upper limit for the length of it. Really, I'm just looking for something that is great. Greatness, and how long or how short it is, I don't really care. I'm looking for that end product. I haven't had something come up like this in such a very long time, and I am very, very interested in reaping hay while the sun shines.
Well, then, I believe we might have ourselves a deal. If you would meet me here again tomorrow, perhaps at noon, I should have something that could help you.
Fantastic. Then I will be paying half up front, and as is tradition, and he reaches into his jacket and pulls out a bag and just drops it on the fucking counter. You'll find that's 500 gold, and that would be half.
I kind of with a finger open the lid a little bit to look inside, see it's gold, and go, This is acceptable, yes. I am happy to take this. And I pick it up and I put it in my hammer space pocket.
Very good, jolly good. Then I will meet you back here tomorrow, lunchtime or thereabouts, depending on my schedule. If anything delays me, I'll be sure to send one of my secretaries or other runners ahead.
This works for me.
Very good, very good. And he just starts to go up. Then I'm glad that I was able to catch you at the absolute right time, and I'm hoping that nobody has come along to ask for something similar.
You are the first so far, and it is good that you like Lane.
Very good. Very good. He stands up.
If you wish to stay, I'll be. Soon I was planning on buying rounds for the house.
Well, I regret to say that I have a few other engagements that I have to go to. I wasn't even really supposed to be running out here to do this, if I don't mind saying. But I had to make absolute certain that this task was going to be on the tables of those who were able to run through the Gauntlet and get it into the works before the story became stale.
Well, I'll be seeing you tomorrow then, friend.
Very good, very good. And he does offer his hand. He does not have the strongest grip to him, but he does offer it laughing, the rosy cheeks, and he bids you farewell and goes out, and he's talking with other people as he goes out, and finally he vanishes. And once he's out the door, it the mood of the room really does it doesn't feel as full, I suppose. The man is a room all to himself.
Fair enough. Yeah, and I'll, what time is it about now?
About 6 o'clock.
I'll start buying rounds for the rest of the night. I forget how much that costs.
Depends on the amount, but if you're basically going for the house, it's 2 gold.
For the rest of the night?
For the house, for a round. Because if it's 2 coppers, a pint. Depends on how many people you want to booze
That's
up.
100. That's 100 pints for a round? God damn.
It's 6 o'clock. It's a very, very popular tavern. It is the middle of a fair week. Like I said, depends on how many people you want to feed.
I'll get 5 rounds.
All right.
So that's 10 gold. That's enough to get everyone here drunk.
Oh, absolutely. There are some people that go in and come out, so you're not buying it for every single, all the same people every single time. Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
Okay.
All right. And Sven now is going to practice telling the stories in the most interesting way possible. People here are already going to notice that the story is changing.
Yeah. Yeah. People have noticed that the person who came to speak with you is the mayor of the city.
Mm-hmm.
He is not a subtle man.
Apparently not.
Who all is at the chapter house at about this time?
I am.
Fernix, Giru, Vic, do you think you would be back in the city at this point? Or were you staying out basically overnight?
Probably until the night. He was going on a hunt.
Okay. Okay. Giru, actually, Fernix, Giru, where in the chapter house are you at about supper time?
I'd probably be eating with Fernix.
It's true.
So in the
still
common room?
probably down there. Yeah.
Yeah.
Okay. You both notice a man walk in, a dwarven man walk in, clad in very heavy armor, very well-made armor, and he goes over to the bar and speaks with somebody, and the man points right to Natari. The dwarven man kind of gives a nod and goes over. Giru, give me a perception check. Fernix, give me a perception check.
Good you asked, because I was thinking that.
Girugamesh was just gonna walk up. He wasn't even gonna do perception, but I'll take it.
All right. Giru, you're able to tell that by his stature, by the length of his beard, and by the makeup of his face, that he is definitely, I would say, not an older dwarf, but probably in his 300s or 400s. You're also able to tell that by his attire, that he is most likely military, but obviously not local. He has a decent amount of symbols on him, primarily a key and a set of scales. Fernix, you are able to see the same things, but you, since you're a cleric, are able to recognize those symbols as belonging to Azarian. Give me a knowledge religion. He is a sworn of Azarian. And I know this is probably new information to everybody, but this is something your character would know. The Sworn are basically the militant order of the Temple of Azarian. They're not super centralized, but they are very old, have been around basically since the worship of Azarian started, and they had a sizable schism not too long ago, at least as history goes. Long as fuck for normal people, but, you know, we're talking like 1,000, 1,500 years, where a lot of the significantly more militant ones broke off and became what is known as Hell Knights. People who are much more interested in the imposition of civilization and order than they are with the purpose thereof. Those who remain behind as shields and swords of the Sworn still have a very militant bend to them, and calling them good isn't necessarily the right thing, but calling them evil isn't necessarily the right thing either. They're lawful. Mm-hmm. Lawful good, lawful neutral, lawful evil, not much of a difference to them. They stand primarily in opposition to anyone who's going to be tearing at society or taking risks that perhaps bring a decent amount of risk to society as a whole. Your temple has had run-ins with them in the past because Vasians like knowledge and magical education and learning, and they're a lot more concerned with whether or not they could, and don't really think about whether or not they should. So, make some choices, and yeah. Mm-hmm. The Sworn are not super powerful. They do have a presence. You don't see them very often, but in larger cities, they can have a presence. Seeing one here isn't necessarily very unusual, but it's something that is noticeable.
So this already looks bad for Natari.
Oh yes, no, he goes over. Now, fair enough, like, the two of you, even if, like, Girugamesh, even if you're standing up to go speak with him, you see that he stands, he's talking with Natari, like, he gives, like, a bit of a bow, like, he's being very polite. Oh. He's from the way he stands, like, his posture, and even from, like, the way, like, the look on his face is, you can tell he's very stern, like, very to the point, but he is not trying to be blunt or rude. And Natari turns to him, and she's, like, talking, which is probably about the time when you're able to get in close enough to hear her saying, "Oh yeah, no, we just got through handling that, we've got some..." That's about when you're able to interpose yourself.
I put my hand on his shoulder and say, "Howdy, hey, friend, is you a friend of Natari's?"
He turns around and looks to you, and like he has a very heavy brow, and he has gray eyes that just look through you. Like, this man is significantly older than you, and kind of the way that he looks at you is like, it's almost like, I don't know, you're a stranger, and then he's like, I see you're a dwarven man. You're a dwarven man who's much younger than me. You're kind of a child, you know, like the way old people treat men in their 30s and 40s. Like, you're a child to me, no matter what.
Yeah.
He turns and says, "No, I am a sworn of Azarian. I am coming to check in on some reports about those who have entered into a lost area under the city, and I was told that there was somebody here who was telling stories about this. You wouldn't happen to know about this, would you?"
Oh, yeah. Natari is one of the fiercest warriors in this whole city of Innsburg. She probably could have single-handedly taken down the Gauntlet herself, but she did have some help. So
We are the ones who went into the Gauntlet, yes. Or at least some of the people who went into the Gauntlet.
Oh, very good then. This is fortuitous. I was merely passing through the city on my way back to Wohenstadt from Unterfeld to file a report about some of the things that I saw in the frontiers. I wanted to come and speak with those who had gone through the Gauntlet. Would you mind giving me a few details about the things that you saw down there?
of course, but I'm more interested to hear what you saw on the edges of Unterfell.
Well, let's not answer a question with a question, shall we?
Well, of course.
He looks between all three of you, like, trying to figure out who's in charge here.
If he's not going to say anything, I don't think anyone's going to speak up.
Mm-hmm.
Well... I had spent the last few months on the border fortresses as there have been incursions from ice and other giants moving in from out of the frozen lands there. I know I'd sent a few reports urging for the sending of additional troops eastwards to combat this threat, and it has grown worse even still, and I have not received the amount of men that I was hoping to, either from the church or from the Empire itself, and so I am traveling back to file that report in person. Whether it's 2,000 Imperial soldiers or 200 sworn of Azarian knights errants, either one of these would get the job done.
Well, best of luck to you. Nice of you to stop in Innsburg on your way down. What exactly about the Gauntlet were you wanting to know?
He kind of looks between everybody. His eyes fall on you, Fernix, for a little longer before kind of moving on. Trying to figure, like, he can't seem to figure out who the fuck is in charge here. So eventually he just returns to the dwarf, because that's the person he can speak to the best, and says, "This is a very, let me put it, strange happenstance. I am Templar Knight Errant Warren Gundlst. I have spent a very long time keeping the records and working the edges of society on this part of the Empire, and I am very well aware of certain activities that had occurred within this city some time ago. Too long ago that perhaps the lesser-lived races most likely no longer remember it, but men like you and I very much have the opportunity to remember it."
Yes, men keep such short memories, but it's not their fault.
There used to be a temple here, a temple of Vasines, who managed to get their hands on something rather dangerous, and at least from what the old reports in our Book of Deeds recalls, passed through here on its way somewhere southwards, and I was wondering if perhaps any records or perhaps surviving materials had been turned up down there.
I
It's
have heard.
unusual. I know it's unusual, but well, it's part of our orders code to try to right wrongs, even if they have long been put into the book.
I've heard many rumors about hidden weapons and dangerous places, but I'm not quite familiar with the one in the Temple of Vase. Which weapon was that? Or could you jog my memory for me?
The records that we keep are as detailed as we can. As the Empire fell apart, some of these happened to be lost. But what I'd always told... He kind of like looks to the ground like, how do I explain this a bit? The only records that I can verify that were kept referred to a member of a hollow army. He kind of looks to you in the hopes that this... Like, he's studying your faces in the hopes that there's, like, a flash of recognition or some sort of reaction.
Girugamesh is more confused on what a hollow army is.
Yes, this is what I feared. We're not quite certain, but we know that great sickness followed in the wake of these weapons, these hollow men. That is about as much as I know.
And if you were to learn of the Temple of Vase location, would you put a stop to this hollow army, this member of the hollow army, or would you use it for your own needs?
We, as the Sworn, sign an oath that we must gather as much information as we can, put a stop to anything which brings any ruination or threat to the order of society, and bring in to heal and in to control anything that we can't. If we can control it, it is to be brought into the purview of the church. If we can't, it is to be destroyed post-haste.
I'm gonna roll sense motive to discern what he means by control under the church. If it seems like, ooh,
You can definitely tell that what he is looking at is a weapon. Something that is powerful, that has value, not necessarily personally to him, but to the church, to the Temple of Azarian. As a dwarven man, you definitely understand that certain temples have a kind of hierarchy that the dwarven society does, and as another dwarven man, you can probably tell by the way that he is holding himself, with that sense motive, you can definitely see that he is, despite his self-control, very fucking eager to find out anything about this. And that you can see it in his eyes of like, I cannot fucking believe my luck. That this, if he were able to bring it back, would be a massive feather in his cap. Whether or not it's something that he can recover or destroy and cross out of the book.
was it Errant?
Sorry, say again?
Alright, I'm asking his name. Was it Errant?
It was Templar Knight Errant Warren Gundleston. So Knight Errant is his rank, and Templar is his order.
Okay. Templar Knight, Errant. Sorry, what was the name again?
It would be Warren Gundleston.
Warren Gundleston. Gundleston. What I can tell you about the temple is I don't know for certain its location. But I trust you, one dwarf to another, to tell you that there are underground tunnels that lie beneath the city. Whether or not the Temple of Vase is down there, I don't know. But if you happen to find one of the entrances, you may find the Temple of Vase.
You can tell that there is an obvious look of like crestfallenness, like he was hoping that you had managed to stumble onto something very big, and he just kind of looking to the ground, like, what do I do now?
How long will you be in town?
Not much longer. Perhaps I could extend my stay another day, but these reports must make their way westwards as quickly as they can. The situation on the frontier is not dire, but I fear what would happen if not enough soldiers and knights were not there to turn back the tide of whatever might be lurking out there in the wastes.
Well, out of character. I don't want to tell this guy too much. I think it'd be interesting to see him stick around to the end of the week, but I definitely don't have a reason to convince him to stay. So.
Maybe just today? He might be good for information otherwise.
You know, I'd actually believe some of my other party members would like to talk to you. Eventually. If you could give me the name of where you're staying, or I'll make sure they come by to speak with you. Or at the very least attempt to. If not within the next day, the next day.
He gives a nod. That is a capital idea. I'm staying at the Lion and Lady, and he gives you his, like, the room number. I will try to perhaps stay an extra day, but if I am not here the morning after next, it is because I was required to move onwards. I have to check in with the temple here, the Temple of the Blessed City, to file my reports there as well, as I was sent there on behalf of them. But my further reports will be heading westward after that.
Yes, well, don't forget to enjoy the festivities while you're here. And I hear the arena competition is going to be quite good this year.
I rarely make time for such trivialities, but we'll see what time allows.
You know, a man such as yourself I'd actually expect to see in the competition. Might make things interesting.
Perhaps. But it is not our order's nature to intercede in such pleasantries.
Well, I've given you all the information I can. Natari might have more for you. Or perhaps my cohort, Fernix.
Yes, I think we shall share some words once I've gathered my thoughts.
Very good. Then I will
stare at him.
And he kind of gives you another, like, you know, a bit of a bow, and then turns rather crisply and makes for the door.
I turn to Natari. Do you know that guy?
Not fucking really. Why would I? He just a dwarf in really nice armor.
I'm a dwarf in really nice armor.
You're a dwarf covered in blood and guts. Oh, no, wait, it's not blood and guts this time, is it? No, it's mostly rubble and blood.
Yes, well, that's my blood. I gotta keep it with me somehow.
But no, I don't know him. Why, do you want me to follow him?
It wouldn't be a bad idea.
She turns around, like, downs the rest of her shot and says, Daxius comes back. You said to do it.
No, he's as good as his word. Frankly, I don't want any more excuse for him to be looking this way. Fuck's sake.
Do you stop her?
Yeah, that's what I'm saying.
Okay. All right.
I'll roll for it because I want to see her follow.
I mean, fair enough. I mean, probably.
I don't want her to be seen following.
It's Natari. She won't be seen.
I'm only like half drunk. It's fine.
Yeah, look at her. She can still stand up, and her hands aren't even shaking.
Why don't you just go and talk to him? It's more obvious. Doesn't raise questions.
Well, he's not going to tell her his business while in the city, but if she follows him,
Guys,
We
as
might
serious
know.
as cancer.
I was about to tell him where to stick his... Never mind.
besides, even if she is caught, it's nothing personal.
Whatever.
I mean,
She spins back around in the chair and orders another drink.
Oh well.
he's a priest of one of the gods of law. It's probable that he would arrest her on suspicion.
I don't know that Natari is the type to let herself get arrested.
No.
In which case, she would probably be dead. You did just get done fighting a bunch of frost giants.
I don't know that I don't know that a son of Azarian would just kill somebody for following them because he can't arrest them.
If they resist arrest, absolutely.
I think to get to that point, I don't think it would get to that point. But
As you, say this, she kind of swings around and says, whoa, whoa, whoa. No. He's right, and he points to Fernix and says, you have no fucking clue what it's like to look like this. Right? You get to walk around society all dwarven, and everyone's all okay with you being there. People like me, people like him, they see us doing something weird, we end up in the slammer.
you're
And that's
right.
if we're lucky.
Forgive me.
Nah.
I don't see color like that.
This ain't
the
about
real-
color, this is about height.
Height? You want to talk to me about height?
In this situation, yes.
Dwarves
Because it
do
makes you
all-
dwarven.
Natari holding her hand out against Girugamesh's head while he's trying to swing at her.
I oughta.
Bartender, she's calling me short. Cut her off.
Bartender, give her 2 more.
Either way, guy's fucking wound tight. I don't want to talk to
Yeah.
him.
Did he even
I
get
don't
a-
want you to talk to him either. Trying to come in to a temple of my god and loot it gives him the fucking right. He doesn't even deserve the conversation, but I'll give it to him.
I don't know, man. You got something valuable down there. Some other guy wants it. If we take it, why are we any better than them?
I'd much rather rub it in his face after it's been gotten.
Well, now you're talking my language. If we're gonna be a fucking asshole, at least make it funny.
Fernix, thank you for showing some restraint. I know that must have not been easy.
It was easy once I realized I was having a little trouble figuring out what words I was supposed to use in what language. Yes. Far be it from me to go off the handle. But most of the time, everyone's just chomping at each other's fucking heels.
I'll drink to that.
They don't actually want whatever he said. They just want to show that they can do it and stick it to people who honestly just want to sit around and study magic all day.
Yeah. A difference in followings, huh?
Well, not just philosophy, everything. I mean, sure, he'd definitely need people like him, but really wish he'd just stick to fighting giants.
Well, if he gets the troops he's asking for, then that'll happen sooner than later.
Mm-hmm. Well, thanks for listening anyway. It might not be that important to everyone else, but it would be nice if I could actually show something to the church proper that I've done in their service, instead of just ask all these fucking townsfolk all over the place. I'm sure you have an easy way to talk to them.
Perhaps. The townsfolk are the townsfolk, though. I mean, they're never going to be the most important people in the room.
They're still people, though.
Some of them.
Too true.
Some are monsters, just like us.
Like us, I don't know what you mean.
I guess that's true. You're the most neutral of the group.
I do try to keep an even temper about things. Not
Probably
get too caught up in all the details.
Yeah. Where's the rest of the party gotten off to this time
All
of night?
over the place.
I was hoping Daxius could be of some assistance. If we're gonna have some downtime tonight, it might be a good idea to start practicing on one of those gems we got from the not the trial, crap. The Gauntlet.
Yeah, quite nice. Would appreciate if I could see before you sell them or whatever you end up doing with them.
Oh yes, I'd love to show off my work. I think I've got a couple potions of Crafter's Fortune, and we've got your channeling Fernix, and then Daxius's bardic performance. I think we could do quite nicely. It'll be a party effort.
Certainly. Just let me know when I can toss in my, blessing, whatever.
Well, were you planning on drinking here for the rest of the night?
Not totally committed to it. If there was somewhere else to be drinking, then...
No, I was thinking of running over to the Dax house to see if he was over there. I just want to make sure I don't lose track of you. But
it might be good. Just stretch my legs.
Well, sure. Come along then.
Walk off some of these ales.
Yeah. We've been drinking for quite some time.
Alright, 7? Something around 7.
I didn't quite have that much to drink, but...
Well, I guess you better catch up.
Well, I do need to steady my hands if I'm going to be working on some pieces. So, I'll ask the bartender for one to go.
Good excuse. Natari, keep minding the bar, please.
Oh, and if you see Daxius, send him our way. We're going to the Dax house.
I'll be sure to say that if he comes through.
With that, I guess Fernix and I will take our leave.
All right.
Swaying.
All right. You guys are able to head over to the house. Obviously, I believe Daxius is still forest bound at this point.
If it's still, if it's not fully nightfall, then yeah.
You got like another 2 hours.
Okay.
Vic, give me a survival.
Sure. And, while this is a hunt, it's not something that I'm, like, intensely pursuing. It's a combination of just quiet time and, if there seems to be, some sort of dangerous animal that's encroaching on the hunting territory that might be, a threat to the area, then pursuing that. But
Okay.
not just killing for the sake of killing. But I will survival.
Overall, I think you find it to be definitely like, it is at least nice to be out of the fucking city. It is a lot quieter here. It is a lot cooler here than it is inside that city. And you're not exactly able to like corner like a random wolf or something like that, but if you want to take down like even just a boar that's gotten a little, has a little bit of a, foam about the mouth.
Sure. Yeah. So I did have a couple questions about the bow, so we might just want to shelf that for now. But yeah, I guess I'll just pick a fight with a boar if it's doing something it's not supposed to.
Okay. Yeah, I was gonna say you can when you buy the bow, you buy it at the strength that you need. So if you wanted it at whatever it was +3 or +4, it just comes that way. You don't need to upgrade it.
Well,
it's not technically magic.
Yeah. So the reason I brought up the questions is for a couple of reasons. The big one being, if I were to ever pick up a belt of strength and want to upgrade that to a +5 or a +6 or a +7 or whatever, I just don't know if that would be something that would be doable. I think it's kind of iffy. I don't know that there's a specific rule, and people kind of debate both ways. But to sort of shelf that question, if Fernix has craft magic arms and armor, which I think he does, what I could do instead is just get the cheapest base composite longbow for 100 gold, and then the masterwork and stuff, and add the adaptive trait for 500 gold, which would just be better because that way I can.
Is that a weapon enhancement property?
It is, but it is not like a +1 or anything. It's a flat cost.
Oh, good. Yeah, then it need to be +1 to get to get that on it, but it wouldn't cost as much as a +2 weapon. So.
Okay. Yeah. How about for now? We'll just. I'm going to worry about that later because I got some decision making to do because I don't necessarily know if I want to drop like 2,000 gold on a bow that I have 2 dex to use or 2+ dex to use.
Mm-hmm. Well, either way, just for the flavor of it, you're able to kill something dangerous and useful, and that's sort of how you pass the time. Sven, I'm assuming, does not ever actually show up because he's engaged with writing this story for the mayor.
Yeah, probably would be heading back not too long after nightfall, waiting for the stars to come out and giving a quick moment of contemplation before heading back to town.
All right. The two of you who go over to the party's house, what is your plan there? Is it just you're retiring for the day?
For the most part, going over to the Dax house to, retire for the night. Steve, just waiting for Daxius to get home. Maybe make up some supper, clean the house. Put the kids to bed. All the things I do when I'm waiting for Daxius to get home.
One of my followers.
Yeah. Waiting.
Yeah, you open the door and one of my followers, Princess, like a dog. It's like, oh my god, you're home, you can read us a bedtime story.
Princess, aren't you the one I beat up?
Yeah, you are. It was so cool. We should do that again.
Girugamesh just swings his fist back and just knocks her in the face.
Oh fuck yeah!
Sound like you were about to say in the nuts.
Okay,
I mean, you're at the way. Can you even reach their face? It's like punching upwards.
Oh, you know what? You're right, You're right. Hold on. I think my acrobatic skill checks.
Yeah, you're able to jump that.
Probably roll damage to see if they're knocked out cold immediately.
Oh yeah, I have to roll damage for me real quick because they don't have a super big load of health.
All right.
And you can add power attack, but your strength and your power attack only adds half.
Okay, well, I'm doing power attack, and I'm just gonna go for a full attack. So I'm guessing the 21 hit.
So
strength is
you
full.
would distinctly hear like the Half-Life HEV death sound effect as they ragdoll back unconscious.
Oh,
They're conked the fuck out. You might have given them brain damage.
Might have get with 7. Did 16 exceed their AC?
Yes.
Oh,
Yeah.
dang! Princess is a lightweight, 14 damage, and she's out.
looks to either side and is like, "Quick, get her inside." That villain
Yeah.
saw that. Drag her in.
Grab her feet.
You see like the old woman next door smoking a cigarette, watching you like.
I'd say we could put her on the couch, but there's still no furniture in here.
It's completely barren, yeah.
Just dump her in the corner.
You guys
I'm
have
telling
not
you.
bought any furniture.
It's a crack
No,
house.
Yeah.
It's just a crack house.
You guys have been here for like a week.
This reminds me of the Temple of Vase, where they made me stay. Only smaller.
Honestly, we might need to get a carpet to cover all the broken floorboards and bloodstains already. But I positioned Princess in the position that you're supposed to put somebody in shock with their head like this. Yeah.
All right. Well, a few extra
All right,
hours
I
go
would-
past.
I was gonna see if I could put in more time on the death arrow.
Oh yeah.
Or should I just start by looking over at Girugamesh like I'm trying to remember something and then going, the death arrow. And then I sit down and immediately take out the stuff and start putting it together without any explanation.
Well, right. Since Fernix is crafting something, if I craft something now, can I still craft the gem we were planning on working on later?
I think so, yeah.
All right, cool.
I'm only permitted to work on one magic item a day. But I think you can just make as much mundane stuff as you want.
Yeah, let me pick something out. Let's see. I've got 3 jade in my inventory, each worth 25 to 35 gold each. Could I make them into a can I combine them into a bracelet?
Yeah.
All right, that's what I'm rolling for then. Oof, that's pretty bad.
Yeah, it doesn't come out the way you want it to.
All right, well,
It's been a long
Okay.
day.
I will try again later.
Is that the right craft skill?
Is it?
Yeah.
You should have more than a +2, I thought.
Oh, you know what? It was not the right one. Thank you. I just did the normal craft. Let me retry that. Unless you just want to add my normal bonus onto that, which is a +12, so that should
Okay.
be a
That's 20.
20.
Yeah, I think it comes out like you think it comes out pretty decently.
Mhm.
Maybe like the not the greatest thing in the world, but you're like, I'm not putting that much money into this thing.
Sure.
Other than that, the two of you who were outside the city are able to return, staggering your way in, one by one.
Do we see each other on the road back into the city?
Up to you two.
I just
So we're heading back
imagine
in at around the same time.
this awkward moment of like I haven't quite transformed out yet, and I emerge from the forest, and then you emerge from the other side, and we both have this like awkward stare at each other.
Philip
Hey,
just keeps walking.
does the same. They'll transform back to their human form. It's like camera blurry.
Yeah, I don't know. I noticed that as well.
Maybe there's a thumbprint?
Maybe. Blech. Sorry, I just gotta clean you off, viewers. Dude, chat, you're quite dirty. You should take a bath.
Yeah, that
Better.
worked.
So, curious what sort of mess they got themselves into while we were gone.
I imagine without us to babysit them, they've probably burned the entire inn to the ground.
Well, perhaps not that bad, but I think they're... perhaps I'm being a bit too harsh. We all know they can handle themselves.
They can, and I do trust them. But also, I left Natari and Girugamesh unsupervised together. That can't end well.
That kind of grimaces. Well, to be fair, I also did that, so let's not put any blame on anyone.
I'm mostly hard on them because I care. I know that's weird, but... Just awkwardly stares at the ground, stopping mid-conversation.
No, you're right, man.
Okay.
My issues are not with them, but there's reason for concern for any of us acting alone, I think. Not just anyone in particular. We acted quite well as a team, I think, today. I don't think anyone was place. So it seems to be working, this arrangement we've got. For now. I think we can do some good stuff.
I think so too. I want to do more good stuff. I guess I'd never really talked to you all about the more longer term arrangement. It's only been about half a month now since I've met you all.
Most of the travel.
Yeah, even so, it's been eye-opening, to say the least. And,
Yes, these last few weeks, even before I had met you, Girugamesh, and the others, definitely seems to be unique. So
Unique's one word for it.
I've been on the road for something like 20, 25 years. And more has happened in the last few months that has made more of an impact, I should say, than a lot of the time that I spent traveling. And doing other stuff. It's interesting thinking back to that now. Especially with meeting back up with Melia being so soon on the table.
Are you nervous?
A bit. See, she taught me a lot about myself. A lot of things that I didn't know. A lot of things I didn't think were possible. She's a very unique person. Very strong-willed, and as you know, it's when two strong wills meet, they can grate on each other a bit. You've seen that with both with our body and I'm sure in your own personal life.
Nearly every day of my life, yeah.
We argued, but it's difficult to put into words just how much of an impact she's had on me. And that's something that's that sort of impact is something I'd like to aspire to in some way. Not just for myself or for anyone in particular, but just in general. Bit strange, but perhaps you know what I mean.
I do. At least, I think they'll be quite excited to see you as well. And just cherish them while you can, even if you don't see them all the time. Just be thankful you have people like that still in your life, people you can go back to and feel comfortable around. And
Yes.
I'm gonna be honest, I didn't really have a lot of that for most of my life, weirdly, until the last few weeks. Even with my current company, my previous company I'd been with for the last year. It's been an adjustment for me.
Yes, I understand. So it's a difficult life with choices and experiences that are sometimes hard to reckon with. But
Yeah, I've made a bunch of those choices I'm not super proud of, but just hoping for a better future.
it's all one step at a time.
I am excited to meet your previous mentor. Genuinely, I feel like I could learn something from them too, from the way you described them anyway.
Kinda smirks to himself. You may not have a choice, to be honest.
Fair enough.
Well, on that fun note, seems that neither of us are particularly fond of the city. But
No, not really. Never really been. Despite being weirdly at home in the city, I also equally hate the city and take every chance I can to get out of it. Just. I don't know. It's a weird love-hate relationship I have.
gatherings of people always seems to be the issue.
Yeah. It's nice to just be where no one can see you and, you don't get tomatoes thrown at your head, or worse, rocks, or worse, swords and knives, or cuffs latched onto your wrists just for walking around. In nature, nothing cares. You exist amongst it, and as long as you respect it, it respects you to some degree.
Well, if my mentor's any say in the matter, I don't think we'd say that no one is watching us, but
No. No. None of them, and I just point at the city.
it's kind of looking up at the sky. I'm not sure that I fully.
I look up at the sky as well.
I'm not sure that I've always fully embraced or understood some of the spiritual aspects of the world, but it's comforting, having someone watch over you. Even if it's not something you can understand easily. But trust me, I don't intend to preach or try to convert you in anything.
No, I didn't interpret it like that at all. But if we're speaking openly, I guess it hasn't really felt like there's been something watching me until recently. For a while, I felt like even if there was something watching me, I didn't care, and I didn't imagine there was something watching me just because of what I was. If anything was watching me, it was the nature spirits, but I had long lost connection with those, and since my youth. But when I went into that gauntlet, it was like I was reminded of how truly tiny and insignificant I was, and yet also a reminder that even if I was tiny and insignificant, I still came out of that alive, and that has to mean something. The first mortal people in many hundred years to have gone through the gauntlet. That can't mean nothing, especially to them.
No, I think you're right, but it's always so hard to say.
It's just, now that I feel like I have eyes on me again, I have that instinct to run. It's just what I've always been good at.
I understand you more than you know. I may not fully know what you went through. Feeling of running, trying to escape something that has a hold over you that you don't know that you can ever truly find freedom. It's suffocating. But still, I feel that myself, I've learned to breathe, so to speak. At least a bit. And it wasn't done alone. We all have our own journeys, and we must follow these paths on our own to some extent, but we're never truly alone. And there's nothing wrong with, well, traversing the path with others. Even if those paths lead different places. We need to hold each other up, I suppose.
Daxius actually stops walking for a moment and is just kind of staring at the ground. And silently, he's just going to transform back into his Kitsune form. You're right. That is why, if you would have me, I would like to stick with you all longer. And as long as I am by your sides, all of you, I'll protect you all of my life. I promise you that. I will lift you up, and you will be my clan. I guess that's what I'm trying to say.
You'll hear no dissent from me. We're in this together. At this point, whether we like it or not.
I extend a hand for some kind of embrace or something.
He just takes it and just with his other hand, just pats the top of your hand. We really ought to be getting back.
Yes, it is getting late.
Perhaps we can continue this sort of discussion another time.
Indeed. And thank you for everything. Yeah, thank you.
Kind of nods and goes back to thinking quietly by himself for a second. Let's head back.
You will both get a point of inspiration for this scene.
Yay.
Ooh, can I get one?
You weren't part of it.
But I was there in spirit.
Yeah, Sven is like a spirit, just like playing the violin in the background as we're walking.
You're able to return to the city. It is pretty busy. The festival's ongoing, a lot of people playing games. You're able to enter. Nobody really gives you too much of a thought with the amount of people that are coming in and coming out. With all the disasters that have happened over the previous few days within the city, it seems like a lot of it has either been forgotten or handled. You're able to return to wherever it is you had planned to return to for the night. Whether that's the chapter house or to the party house. The former of which you will find, unfortunately, no one else there. And whoever goes there, the bartender will tell you, oh, by the way, the rest of your friends went back to the Dax house as the bartender just sort of like rolls his eyes a little bit.
Daxius also rolls his eyes, not consenting to that name.
And there was a few men in here to speak with your tiefling friend. Rather serious-looking dwarven man in armor was among them.
Just a serious dwarven man? Is that... Were they from the city, sent by the prince or something?
No, from what I can tell, they belong to the Church of Azarian. I wasn't listening.
Fucking great, of course they are. Ugh.
Yes, I couldn't tell you much more than that. I wasn't listening too close. They all retired back to their home.
I suppose it's good that they were all able to leave on their own 2 feet.
Oh yes, no, they weren't being sought out for some sort of criminal or violent altercation. Merely, the individual had questions, and from what I could tell, that those that were here tried to give them what answers they could.
Oh,
Just they gave the right ones.
yeah,
I don't know.
it's much appreciated. So,
Certainly. And he goes back to tending bar.
Well, I have you here. 2 shots of your strongest liquor. I'll pay for it. Like something the non-free stuff, like the serious will hit me shit.
2 shots of Phoenix whiskey coming right up. And he turns around, pulls out a bottle, just basically drags it across both, and then pushes both shots to the other side of the bar for you.
I take one, hold it out to Vic.
it's much appreciated, but
We
not
just
inclined.
went through the gauntlet. Come on.
all right. Doesn't
There's
agree
ever a
with me well.
time you
Never
need to
been one
learn
thing.
how to have fun once in a while. If there's any, I talked about lifting you up. Well, this is me lifting you up and showing you how to enjoy yourself a little bit. We just went through something no one has done in hundreds of years. Have some pride.
I'll take, but I'm just warning you that I almost certainly will be sick afterwards.
Well,
He just takes it, just grimaces a bit, and cheers. And
to a brighter future.
Yeah, it is like getting punched in the face.
hopefully the future is a bit brighter than that.
Hopefully. Fuck, that hit hard even for me. Jesus. How much do I owe you?
A silver per.
Yeah, take a gold.
Thank you, sir.
And we'll head back to the Dax house.
All right.
The name's too good not to use it.
Oh yeah, Daxius hates it. I fucking love it.
And it rhymes with Crack's house, which is probably a more
Which
accurate
is
description.
what it is.
Yeah.
All right, you guys return, and you find what you find, which is two of them working on things and Princess unconscious on the floor.
All of them drunk.
Yeah.
Girugamesh isn't that drunk.
At 6, 7 shots, he's totally fine.
No, I didn't have any shots. I just had the one for the road.
So, did we miss anything?
I met this interesting dwarven fella. He wanted to know about the Temple of Aes. And
We heard you met the Sworn of Azarian, or the someone from the Church of Azarian.
right. Well, he seemed nice enough. He had a pretty nice beard, and I told him I'd send you his way if you wanted to speak with him. So I got his room and board. It's over at the Lion and Lady.
That is the last person I would want the displeasure of speaking to.
I would assume that I have some basic knowledge of the Sworn of Azarian and the other folk, but folk of Azarian. But how much would I know about them?
You definitely would be aware of them. Your mentor has spoken of them in sort of a dual sense, where on one hand it's like, well, they're trying to fucking do the best they can, and on the other hand, they're a bunch of fucking bastards. But you know, your mentor has certain opinions of certain types of people, and pitcher of salt.
Pretty neutral description from what I'm guessing.
Yeah, no, totally. Not without any bias whatsoever. Those of you who have met along the road, and you've at least passed one or two, you definitely have learned that they're pretty serious. They generally mean well. Doesn't necessarily mean that they always do good things, but it's kind of odd. They're basically like, and I think I'd give the same description in my knowledge base entry of, they're sort of like county sheriffs, where on one hand they can do good, they can bring law and order to an area. On the other hand, they can kill indiscriminately or enforce laws in such a way that technically it follows the exact word of the law. It doesn't really follow the spirit of that law, however.
So like the halfway point between a priest and a Hell Knight.
Kinda, yeah. It definitely makes sense why those that were even more militant than them broke off to become Hell Knights.
Well, I don't know that we'll be able to be following up on that conversation, honestly.
I might have a couple words for him once I figure out whatever the fuck he wanted to find in the Temple of Aes down there.
He wanted to find something?
Yes. And take it under their church's control, as he put it.
Yeah, of course they do.
He said something about a member of a hollow army being trapped within the Temple of Aes, if that means anything to you two.
Does it mean anything to me?
I have no
Not really.
fucking clue what he's talking about.
Even if I roll late Batanian?
Probably not, no.
Damn.
It's not something completely outside of the realm of knowledge. This would have been before even Daxius joined us, Girugamesh. We've, to keep the story short, the reason that we're trying to find the Temple of Aes is, something very similar was described in a few of the letters and information that we found in our investigation of the vampires. Not to say that I think that there is actually going to be any sort of weapon in the temple, but it, as he says, it did pass through here if what we found is to be believed.
Well, I'm not sure if his information is all that reliable then. He didn't seem quite that confident in it, but he was confident that there was a weapon in the Temple of Aes.
I don't know what information that he has, and he doesn't know what information we have.
I'd like to keep that information away from him. I don't
Yeah.
exactly trust the Sworn.
He was a dwarf. I'm pretty sure you can trust him.
Sure.
I mean, think about it. You've never met an untrustworthy dwarf before.
No, I have.
never met a trustworthy dwarf.
Wow. That is a rude stereotype.
Girugamesh, I've
Yeah,
spoken to dwarves before, and they were not like you. You're very unique, and I appreciate that. But while I appreciate your input, I'm not going to take your advice on this one.
Dude.
Just don't talk about things with that guy.
You're
Didn't
right, but
plan on it. I don't really like talking with, well, what's the best word?
zealots?
Bootlicker?
Sure. That's the nicest way to put it.
Well, not to say that we should immediately discount this person. I don't know what their motivations are, and we haven't spoken to them.
That's
I don't think
fair.
we necessarily should have a conversation with them, but it would not be terrible.
If the
to
need
gather
arises,
information.
we... Yeah.
I don't intend to sharing any of the context that we have, but if they've got context that we don't, then I would be remiss to not offer the option of trying to build our own knowledge base. But as with anything, I will defer to the rest of you.
Vic, he didn't say this to flatter you, but he really wanted your autograph in particular. As, you know, he saw everyone come out, you know, of the run. I mean, I think he really wanted to meet you. You know, he's a really big fan.
Girugamesh, of all the people to lie to, why did you think that I would be the one to try that on?
It's not really a lie, it's more of a bit. Here's the difference.
Yes, and.
I don't think Vic knows what yes and is.
No, that wasn't Vic talking. Yep, that wasn't clear. If it's a joke, it's probably not Vic.
Yes, well, how's your night been getting on, Vic?
Quiet, mostly. Unlike the noise of this area, well, it's not important. Just took a bit of a walk.
Looking forward to getting out of the city.
Yes. God, yes. I'm sick of these people. It's just noise, constantly.
There are worse cities to be, but I do have to.
I visited several of them, and I will agree. In any case, it's where the people are, and it's where the issues are. So, here we are.
Is Fernix still working on the arrow?
Oh yes, just laying down on the ground, like in front of the Olympics and stuff, just casually moving stuff from place to place.
Yeah, that's
Yes, it should be ready in the morning. After. Yes,
I'm just
should-
gonna study you, like for like a few minutes as you're working on it.
Does he have his feet up in the air like a kid with a coloring book?
Dude.
By the way, where's Sven?
I'm making something that makes death happen.
Has anyone seen Sven? Seems that he's not around, but
He has been pretty
I've
absent.
not been to the Lion and Lady. Has anyone this evening?
Here.
I stopped by to see if Natari was there. I saw Sven briefly, but he seemed too enamored with telling his stories. I didn't want to bother him. Might still be there.
We'll head that way. So
Well,
just
Yay, I get to be a part of the session.
You keep going off to do your own things.
I'm sorry, I don't expect
That's
it
your
to
own-
take so long to get back to me.
well, wait, you described yourself as sitting in the tavern for like 10 hours buying people drinks.
we're finding which parts of your story are most entertaining.
Let's go get Sven.
Yeah, let's go.
Fine, I'll go.
You all can stay here. I can collect him.
No, you don't have to ask twice. I'll come with you.
Fernix, please, I don't want to have to carry you.
You don't have to carry me. It's fine.
Vic,
He's
you
just
won't-
summoning the critter or something.
I believe
Fernix?
you all...
I don't know what you just said.
Yeah, sorry. Looking over.
Fernix, this is me talking. You should sit down.
I've been laying down, which is like sitting only smaller.
Fernix,
This
you
is
don't...
true.
No.
This is true. You can't deny that.
Vic will bring you back a drink.
Okay.
I don't want to drink. I want to go see Sven.
Ben and
Well,
his-
I did what I could to stop him.
No power on this plane can halt my advance. Just swings the door open and looks back like he's daring you to stop him, and then just swings outside.
Well, there he goes. We should probably go with him so he doesn't collapse in an alleyway.
Well, I suppose you're right.
Are we all going?
I'm already out the door. I'm following Fernix.
Well, I suppose we are. Didn't necessarily expect that.
All right. Let's take another small break, and then we'll reconvene as the party arrives back at the Lion and Lady. All right.
All right.
See you in a few minutes.
See you in a bit.
Never talk about that. No. No. Still not the worst fucking thing that we've talked about, though.
Gold, do you have a
Christian.
Yeah, I was gonna say it.
Yeah, I was waiting for it.
Yeah,
Back posting about My Little Pony on Twitter.
You guys have seen the new Christian videos,
No,
right?
we're not doing
No!
So, the party
I haven't.
has effectively left the party's house, and you're able to walk, crawl, or stumble your way through town, which thankfully isn't too bad because, you know, middle of a festival, most people are pretty, you know, some people are decently sloshed. And get yourself into the Lion and Lady, where you're able to find Sven, who, I don't know, Sven, what are you doing by the time it's like 8 or 9 at night?
I'm leading a bar song.
He is doing that.
You should have to roleplay the song.
I don't have any that I know.
All right, come on. 5, 6, 7.
For he's a jolly good fellow.
Do the one from Lord of the Rings.
Dun 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 dun. Right, that one.
That's
That's not even the right fucking
really not
movie!
Lord of the Rings.
Fucking Pirates
what?
of the Caribbean!
We'll give you an A+ for effort.
Can I get an inspiration, DM?
No.
Fuck. I don't know any songs. Why did I choose that?
Can you do the Skibbity Toilet song?
Is there a
Fucking
song?
damn it.
I can, but no.
Fair
No,
enough.
are you talking about the one that goes like, sticking out your tongue for the Rizzler?
What?
Fucking
You've not heard that one?
No, I haven't. What the fuck is this?
Oh my god, it's so funny. It's
Okay.
like,
So-
parody.
The party has entered to a rousing, if but mostly heavily intoxicated, thus lyrically indistinguishable from ear noise music lyrics.
I feel
Your noise.
intoxicated.
Jesus.
Girugamesh is gonna walk over to Sven. How's the storytelling going? Are we celebrities
Look
yet?
at this! For he's a jolly good fellow. And I try to get you in the song with us. Before
Girugamesh
you
has
say
to do a
anything.
can dance with Sven.
Ah, dude, roll for it.
Roll for the can dance?
Yeah, don't you know the
They're rolled-
can skill? It's the most commonly rolled skill in the game.
As
You
they're
know-
rolling for the can, I'm gonna ask the bartender for another shot.
It's real bad. You fall off the fucking bar top like 10 seconds in. And there's laughter. Like, thankfully no one cares.
Alright. Girugamesh is just gonna go find a corner to sit in with his back up against the wall.
Giving up on the goal of getting Sven.
Oh no! Oh,
We leave
He's
Sven where he
pouting like
is.
a-
He's out of the story now.
Oh, I'm not trying to pout. Setting up for something.
okay. After the song's done, I'll make my way over to Girugamesh.
While the song's still going, Dax is gonna get a shot for the bartender.
A shot for the bartender?
From the bartender.
Yeah, you're able to get it.
And it's just gonna say, "Fuck it." Is there anyone on drums? Or like, actually, you know what? No, they're not even gonna go do that. They're just gonna get up while Sven's singing, and they're just gonna start just dancing, get on top of the table, doing like a breakdance style. Just
Break
Break
dance.
dancing on the table.
yeah.
Give me that performance. You can describe it as you please.
It starts out as like a light like jig, but as the song comes to like a further end point, he starts to go into like that break dance where you're on one hand and you like wave around, go around like a circle with your legs, spin in a circle. I don't know what that's fucking. I don't know what it's called. I don't actually dance in real life.
That
But,
we can all easily do.
Oh yeah, everyone easily. It's quite a noob-friendly move, and they do that until they like finally end it with like spinning around, like landing on their their side, spinning around like this to the crowd.
Yeah, there's like laughter and cheers as everybody's like we're having a really good slosh time.
And for the first time in a while, in the first time ever, you see Daxius have a smile that lasts longer than a minute.
Then a minute?
A minute being hyperbole.
Yeah.
Don't bump your head, it'll freeze like that.
Don't make a face, or your face will freeze like that. Oh, there's another kitty.
Well done, Sven. Very good singing, storytelling. Whew, my head hurts. I drank too much.
I've not been telling a story.
I just walked in here. How you doing, man?
And he's doing very good. He's a little deep in my cups, but he's met a few people here. Over here is Jerry. Jerry, tell him about yourself.
Oh wow, I
He's
don't
got a great
actually care
story.
about you, Jerry. I'm sorry. Just
He
gonna
doesn't
put.
mean
I'm just
that, Jerry.
gonna-
We'll catch
no,
up
I do
tomorrow.
mean that. I don't
Guy's not
know
even
you.
conscious. He's just like,
Is he? Hello? I just slapped him across the cheek a few times.
nah.
Damn, he's fucked. All right.
What
well.
about this? Jimmy is twin over here now.
Oh, hey,
They're actually
Jimmy.
triplets.
Wow, the more strangers I talk to, the less fun I'm suddenly having. Why don't you come grab a drink with us, Sven? So, I haven't seen you like all day.
Oh, I'll have a drink. Just one though.
Hey, come on.
Just one.
Alright, I have an expensive... You know what? I'll buy the most expensive wine. A glass of it.
Did you say a round for the whole tavern?
Nope.
Would that be like 5 gold for a single cup of like elven-made wine?
Yeah, sure.
Jesus.
I think a bottle's like 100.
Alright,
So-
that's the drink I'm having.
I've never understood the reasoning behind these fancy wines, but sure, if it floats your boat.
They taste good, and they make you feel good. And also, make you look rich.
I hear you. Counterpoint. How about not drinking for the flavor?
Ah, and you drink for its status. It impresses the lady, actually. It's not that you would know.
I'm gonna let that one slide for tonight because I'm in a good mood.
Maidenless.
Yeah. Sit down at the bar, and I'm just going to suddenly feeling the effects of 3 mugs and about like 2 or 3 shots now. Is just gonna lean his head down on the table and just rest.
You know, we came here to discuss the plan of action, I believe, but I'm a bit afraid that not everyone in the group will remember the conversation. Well, perhaps let's table it with the been more developments, and we may still plan on heading in tomorrow. So that's not going to be a surprise. You know, what is a surprise is that people aren't buying you your drinks, Sven.
It's... Jimmy over there, he bought me a drink early in the night, but it's because I already bought drinks for the tavern. So my drinks are already bought by me.
Well, it's awful kind of you. Hope you're not carrying too much on yourself at the moment.
Nah. I always leave my money at... I leave my money somewhere. I only bring 50 gold on me at the time.
I'm gonna nudge Girugamesh. Hey,
Yeah.
steal Sven's coin purse to prove him wrong.
You got me. I was already thinking it. Oh, you know what? I'm in the wrong. Alright, Sven. I'm gonna give you a big ol' hug. You know, maybe I shouldn't roll a 2.
I mean, hey. I'm gonna roll at a -4 for being...
You're intoxicated.
Well, you didn't need the money.
Alright. So, my coin purse will have 25 gold in it.
525 gold in it.
Alright.
Oh, yeah, that's right.
Yeah,
Sven,
I forgot about that.
I found this purse on the ground. I was thinking about buying rounds for the whole tavern with it. What do you think?
While he shows it off, can I try and sleight of hand switch the coin purse with something else so that I have it instead?
Go for it.
Also at -4 because I am also intoxicated.
Well, I don't think I'm beating that.
You have a book in your hand instead if you fail.
Okay.
You've got a decent perception.
If I can't roll above a 5.
Oh, hey, now he's part of the group.
Oh, you know, I thought I was holding this. What kind of book is this, Sven? You're into books.
I'll look at it. What kind of book is it?
It's the book we actually found in Ravensburg from the instruction manual to enhance conjuration and illusion.
He looks over it, flips over. Wizard stuff.
You know what that is? Good coasters.
Please do not use it as a coaster. Also, and I plop the bag of money onto the table. Turn to Girugamesh. Always look out for someone else looking for an opportunity to pay off of your hard work. And Sven, do not trust strangers when you buy them drinks, especially. I don't know where I'm going with this. Coin purse, keep eye on.
I'm going for a cigarette.
I don't even know how I can't. I don't think I can beat that. Even if I. No, there's no way I beat this. Yeah, no.
With the nat one. Okay.
I think the time for personal lessons is a bit past at this point. So
It was just, I don't know. It was entertaining for me.
You know what's going to be even more entertaining? When I get that book again.
I mean, you never gave it back to me. You still have.
Oh.
Oh.
He puts it from one hand to his other hand.
roll perception to see if you can successfully steal from yourself.
Alright, let's see if I notice that I switch hands. I don't notice.
This party has gone shit-faced tonight, and it's fairly clear.
Is there anything you guys want to say or do specifically with Sven?
Well, I think we were going to talk about the plan, but he's also too drunk to comprehend any sort of coherent sentences, so...
Yeah.
Sven's very used to being drunk. He'll probably remember.
Like, get over here from the bar and already have a half-empty flagon. I was wondering where you got to.
I'll put this up just in case. Quick little bubble. So, a few different things. We're not the only ones looking for the Temple of Aids. Apparently. Probably the biggest takeaway.
Good, we knew that.
No, but there's someone here directly right now Someone
Oh.
asked us about it. Or
I look
Natari
around.
specifically.
Ooh.
Not here. Not
Oh.
in the room.
Hmm.
Just one of those Azarian folk, one of the Sworn. Sounded like he was out here for some sort of political gain. But I wouldn't necessarily trust them with the information. It's up to you if you think we should try to get some information from them, but it seems that we kind of elected to keep things distant for now.
What did they look like?
Dwarven, old, armored.
The guy I met wasn't dwarven, right, Gray? No, they're human, you said.
Yeah, no, the man
Yes.
who paid you, no.
Not the person that I met, so I think we're in the clear.
Did you meet someone?
Hey, I met yeah, I don't remember what he... Well, I turned Scottish there for a second. I don't remember what... Well, I lost the accent.
That's Sven talking.
I don't remember what his appearance was, but I know he was human, and he was some kind of a story writer, some kind of novelist. He asked me to put to words the things that we found in there. This was much earlier today. He sought me out.
Sven, what was his name?
It was Richard? Something like that.
Well, this Richard fellow seems completely ordinary.
He just
Probably. He's just looking. It's something about writing a story to persuade the Emperor to stay here for the winter? I don't understand it. It's weird politics. If a story makes an Emperor stay here for a winter, I don't get it. But he paid gold, so I'll do it.
That sounds like he was there for a little more than just storytelling and journaling.
Perhaps.
he was the story writer. Wouldn't he want to write the story himself?
Apparently he's heard of my storytelling, thinks I'm good. But I tell him, we might not be here, I cannot write down, and I'm not very good with common, it's not my native language. So I say I can tell it, but you need to write it. And he assures me that he uses magic to put my words to the paper, which is probably better.
Mm.
Well,
All good stories need to be written down. It makes sense if there is a story writer in the area that he wants to get a hold of the story first.
I suppose it makes sense. You haven't, just out of curiosity, you haven't noticed anyone out of the ordinary in your time here?
There's plenty out of the ordinary folks around here, especially during the fair, but none that piqued my interest.
Ooh.
I just mentioned that as there seems to have been someone watching us after we exited the Gauntlet this morning.
I'm sure many have. It's a very interesting thing we've done.
Yeah, someone who didn't want to be seen doing so.
Yeah.
There's many people who keep tabs on many things and don't want to be seen. Even if they don't have ill intentions for us, you know, the other parts needs people to have eyes.
Well, whoever it was, I doubt they were very trustworthy or had good intentions from our perspective in mind.
Perhaps.
I have a few ideas. It could be one of the vampires. It could be someone from
In broad daylight?
I don't know. They have thralls that can do their business for them or something like that. I don't know.
Probably.
Just because they don't like the daylight. Wait, did I haven't actually encountered a vampire. I have different... It doesn't matter. I can talk... Okay. I'll get details later from more first-hand accounts, but... It could be someone from some underground organization, like that fat fucker that owns the pawn shop.
Seek for Dash.
What's wrong with
Yeah,
him?
him. He's a total asshole. What's wrong with
Why?
him? I don't even want to get into why. It's the night's not long enough.
If you're running a large-scale criminal organization, I don't imagine you're the most friendly person around.
No, he's really not. He can pretend to be, but that's about it.
Just like Walter White.
I
No,
am
you're-
the one who knocks.
People who are in that position, sometimes they do it out of necessity, not because it is who they truly are.
Maybe some of the people working with him are doing it for necessity, but he's definitely doing it now because he's big man and wants to continue to be big man, and he'll only stop being big man when he's dead. He realizes that.
Yeah.
Anyways,
Was there
that
anything
doesn't
else?
matter. Was there? I don't know. I
think a good bit of rest would probably be in order for all of us.
Yeah, I'm quite wasted.
Especially if we plan on waking up a bit early tomorrow.
Where's
Oh,
Natari, by the way?
I don't fucking know. She does whatever the fuck she wants.
She's
I
back at the
presume-
house,
Well,
like passed out.
Oh yeah, she I just slapped Princess on top of Natari.
unconscious, still. The closest thing to a rug or a blanket in that house.
Fair enough, I suppose.
Which I was hoping on using some of Natari's earnings to furnish that house so that it's not an actual crack house.
Is it Natari that owns the place?
No, it's me that owns the place, but I'm gonna
Seems
try and
like it-
convince her that it's her idea.
I mean,
Yeah.
to be perfectly honest, I don't think we need to be doing this sort of underhanded dealing with our own compatriots. I don't imagine that
I do it all.
furnishing a single house would be majorly cutting into our.
I feel like it wouldn't be that expensive to do.
It shouldn't be, but I just need the basic necessities right now.
If nothing else, I'm not completely useless when it comes to carpentry. Perhaps I could
Really?
throw some stuff together in my spare time.
Actually, that would be very useful for some things I have in mind. For the Dax house. Expansions, if you would.
Sure. Something that's the details can be hammered out later.
Of course.
We really do need to get some rest, though.
Yes. I'm...
Vic made a carpentry pun.
It's not intentional.
It's pretty good, actually.
I don't get it, as I spark up a cigarette.
Alright.
Jack, you think you're still up for a bardic performance tonight?
I can try.
Can try. Fernix, could I get some guidance?
Absolutely. Sure. Why not?
Oof. I'm gonna down a potion of Crafter's Fortune then, and I'm gonna take a swing at one of those big old gems we got from the Gauntlet.
Alright.
Gray, how big are the blue gems?
By the size of your palm.
Girugamesh, we probably shouldn't be working with these sort of valuable items in the middle of a crowded bar.
No, it's fine. It's fine. I'm confident I can work.
If you get those stolen, it's you only have yourself to blame.
Well, that's why we have Vic. He's got the keen eyes.
Yeah, sure. Whatever. Do as you wish. I'll be here dancing for you.
I think to work with the first one, I'll try and make it into a pendant.
I will inspire competence, so you have +2 on that.
I'm just looking for my potion of Crafter's Fortune, which should give me a +5. Okay, so I get a +2 from the bardic performance. So what does guidance give me? Is that another +2?
1.
1.
+1. Let's see. Okay, so I get a +10 in total, because I get 2 from tools, 2 from performance, 1 from guidance, and another 5 from the Crafter's Fortune.
Really quick, I just noticed something in the wording of Inspire Competence. It says that the bonus increases for +1 every 4 levels this bard has attained beyond 3rd. So at 7th level, which is where we are at,
You're not a 7th level
It's-
bard.
that's what I was asking, because it doesn't say specifically bard levels, it just
Just
says
bard
every
levels.
4 levels. Okay,
It
just
means
clarifying.
that.
Okay, never mind.
Okay.
All right. And then how are we using the inspirations points for crafting gray?
Basically, for this one, I'm not even entirely certain you can, because it isn't something you just pass. Because the inspiration points, the way we defined it was that you would pass the check, but there is no necessarily a pass or fail to this.
All right. Well,
You could just say like that you're going to use inspiration, and then you just roll twice and take highest, right?
Sure.
you know what? I'll do that. I'll use an inspiration point on this. A 36. Let me see what that gets me on the value. That's high enough to get 4 times the value of the blue gem.
Yeah, I don't think it goes higher than that.
It does not. All right. So that's
I mean, you
pretty
could
good.
you could roll a second time just to, see.
Just to see. I guess I did use it.
You already did use it, yeah.
So, just for funsies.
Does Crafter's Fortune? I thought it lasted for like 1 craft check.
Yeah.
This is technically 1 craft check just because it's the
Yeah.
inspiration point. Okay, well, I will add... The blue gems were sapphires, right?
Yes.
I'm going to add a sapphire necklace with the estimated value into the bag of holding, and I'm going to remove 1 blue gem from the list.
Okay.
Hell yeah. One step closer to becoming rich as fuck.
So we can probably... Do we want to... Now that this is the party's jewelry piece, and I don't know how much y'all have paid attention to the auction house versus selling it to the jeweler. Would y'all rather go at the auction and use another inspiration point? Because I'm down for that. Or do you think we should see what the jewelry, what Sage Jewelers will offer us first?
I say we check out the Sage Jewelers, and if they don't give us a price we're happy with, we go to the auction.
You can always put a whole price on it and then just take it back to the jeweler afterwards if it's not good enough.
Yeah.
Sure. Apparently I can't spell sapphire.
It is one of those.
Oh, it's 2 P's.
Yeah. It's like it's got so many like silent letters in it that I'm like, yeah. I mean, how would you know? Like, God.
All right.
Don't you love how weird the English language is?
So what is
It's-
everybody else doing as this dwarf is sitting here in the middle of a crowded, loud as fuck tavern?
I'm
Crafting.
dancing for him so that he can craft better.
Fernix occasionally turns over and just like throws a guidance on him, eventually getting like just lazier and lazier with it until it's finally just like.
I hold up
back.
the piece once it's finished and be like, Behold, and I show it off to the crowded audience.
Puts it down. No, that's a bad idea.
He's gonna, yeah, like a bunch of fucking drunk guys who have no idea what they're cheering for.
I just yell out something like it's a Gatecrashers original.
Oh god, is that what we're calling ourselves now? Gate crashers?
The Gatecrashers?
I mean, it's
That's not a
fitting.
bad name.
Fine, I don't really care.
We can change it later if we need.
Once
So-
we got the need to assume new identities.
What if we
Oh.
call ourselves the Gauntlets?
I like the gate crashers more.
Damn. Y'all are racist.
Well, I forgot to tell y'all, I'm having some scribes make us some flyers just detailing, our harrowing epic through the Gauntlet. And they're gonna be all over town tomorrow. It's gonna be amazing.
Did you actually?
Oh, yeah. I actually.
I'm hoping they are not going to be including the parts about the cave system.
No, it's mostly
You
just
might-
an advertisement for my business.
Oh.
You might want to hold
Well-
off on that, actually.
Oh no,
Did
it's already
you,
in motion.
did you hear about me and the book deal I got?
I heard about it just now.
So you understand.
I'll be right back.
Most annoying.
Mhm.
Yeah,
Sounds like
Oh,
a very angry
it's what it
cat.
sounds like.
So you understand then why you have to cancel it.
Oh no, I'm not canceling anything.
I look to the others.
I'm with Sven on this.
Girugamesh, I think the book will actually advertise your business much better. It's much nicer. It's much easier to put around.
Oh, I don't want something only the Emperor will read.
No. It'll get spread around to the people.
Mm.
It'll be the talk of the town.
I don't really care what flyers go around. Just omit my name. That's all I ask.
I think your name's in there.
Oh,
not
god
enough.
fucking damn it.
Well, how else are we supposed to get renowned? It was Fernix, Daxius, Girugamesh, Vic, and Sven who completed the Gauntlet. We're all a part of the Gatecrashers, guys. We'll be known like that. We're even gonna have pictures of our likenesses on there.
And our full social security number.
Wanted
I'm
dead
very
or
glad I
alive, these
brought
dumbasses.
It's like one of those Harry Potter animated pictures somehow.
How about this? How about you advertise the book that will be coming out, and you can still put our faces on it and advertise yourself as the person who is the group that completed the Gauntlet, but you just leave out the details, and you tease this book, and then you have more advertisement in the future, and you generate something called hype.
Sven,
Hmm?
it is a one-page advertisement. I don't think it's gonna compare to whatever piece you're working on. I think it'll be fine.
So,
Fair
how-
enough.
That's a lot of information to include in a single pamphlet. It's all of our faces and names and personal information, the entire details of the Gauntlet that we went through, and an advertisement for your gem cutting business.
No, just, it's not an advertisement per se. It's more like subliminal messaging to associate our group with the business.
You know what subliminal messaging is?
Of course.
I missed all of that because my internet froze.
Oof.
Oof.
Oh.
No,
Okay.
it's gonna have a picture of us outfitted in our gear, and then it's gonna talk about maybe some of the monsters we slayed, and we're the first people to complete the Gauntlet in so years, and have all of our names. And I'm already well known enough as a gem cutter that it will be an advertisement by association.
So it's a reverse wanted poster.
Basically, it's that way I can go up to people and say when I advertise, I say, hey, you may have heard about me. I completed the Gauntlet, but I also do, I have a little side hustle of where, I pound rocks into, funny shapes.
Wait, what?
What images did you use for this?
That's what I'm curious as well.
I drew them myself. They're really good.
Oh,
I think we may be safe then.
They're awful. They're probably
Okay.
really fucking awful.
That makes me more relieved that I won't have my face plastered over the whole damn city.
Oh, Fernix,
You-
you were there at the bar when I was drawing them on the napkins.
That's
No,
what you
you
were
were not-
fucking doing?
Those were the notes I gave to Lugo.
Oh.
I thought it was
This
an
is a
XKCD
waking
comic.
nightmare.
What?
I can't believe I was actually worried.
An XKCD comic.
No, I know how to game.
Yeah.
Yeah.
It was an out of game.
Anyways, it's gonna be nothing but good news for us. Anywhere we go, we'll be recognized. It'll be fantastic, especially for you, Daxius.
No, this is not okay for me. You do realize my whole thing is no one knows who I am, right? That's like my entire thing.
Girugamesh, if I may.
Your human form.
Instead, Girugamesh, we refer to him as the mysterious stranger.
That would have
You're
worked.
a stranger, but I know Daxius on a personal level. though.
It builds mysteriousness to the people.
But yeah, you're not. I'm not a stranger to you. But by this time tomorrow, everyone in this city is going to know the vague outline of my face and my name.
Yes.
Can't remember if I included the location of the Dax house. I thought about,
I
putting
swear to
out
God, I am going to
Heroes?
strangle you.
It's your IP address. Here's your full address. Here's your social security number.
I couldn't remember if your house number was a 3 or a 4. So I put both of them.
So I included all of the names, likenesses, and descriptions of all of your cohorts, just so anybody who was walking by could figure out where they are.
This one-page poster is incredibly dense.
It's one page, but it's like 35 feet long.
So not only did you put the address of the Dax house, you put the address of my neighbor, who I already don't like and also does not like me, who will now likely be harassed.
No, what I said was I don't remember if I included that or not.
I guess we'll find out tomorrow.
Girugamesh, do you know where this scribe is? The building.
I actually don't. Lugo's actually very competent, and I'm glad Sven hired him on because he just takes care of everything.
Is Lugo in the bar?
Actually, he might be.
He might be.
Yeah.
Give me a D20.
I'll do it.
Go for it.
Okay, it's about 11 o'clock. Yeah, where the fuck else would he be? Yeah, he's definitely... Where the fuck else would he be at 11 o'clock on a goddamn, Oath Day? Or Wheels Day, yeah.
Yeah.
He's, across the room, talking with somebody else, rather intently. Leaning across and just speaking with them.
Girugamesh just looks over and waves at him.
Daxius, we may need to take care of this.
Yeah,
Just kind of walks over to Lugo once that conversation is done.
I stumble over to Lugo.
He finishes
Lugo.
up, kind of pats the guy on the shoulder and then sees him off. Turns around, sees you guys, and goes, "What?"
We'll keep it quick. Do you know the address of the scribe that you gave the flyer instructions to?
It's on the eastern
No,
end of
just-
town, over by Katz's.
The address.
We don't need the address. We just need to know where the building is.
Nah.
Is it identifiable?
Sure fucking hope so. It's got his name on the front.
What's the
What is the
business
name?
called?
He just gives you the name of the actual, scribe. It's not really a business name, it's just, so-and-so's scribal exclamation services or fucking whatever.
Wow. That is the most bland name for a business I've ever heard. Thank you, that's all I needed. And
Utilitarian.
Not specific. Well, I think we should pay them a night visit or just wait until the morning.
I didn't intend to create a whole errand for everyone to go do. We
No,
can
this is
definitely-
just
No, I can send one of my knucklehead, bonehead followers of mine and just tell them not to.
I've got an
You know what,
idea.
it's fine. Let's all go.
Lugo, do you have the originals perchance?
Sorry, what?
We all walk back to Lugo.
Lugo, do you have the originals perchance?
He kind of looks at you and says, "No, you, generally speaking, have to give it to them when they're doing
Well, I
the
thought you were-
copying work."
We could have copied one in
Who-
front of you and given
Who
you back
drew
the
those
original.
faces? Cause you shouldn't pay them.
Well, do you remember how much identifying information was on there?
I mean, he just kind of thinks a little bit and says, a decent amount, but I'm pretty sure half of it wasn't even right."
So the legend grows.
Probably enough that's problematic, though.
Mm.
You didn't think to say something to Girugamesh about it?
You don't pay me to do that.
I don't pay you at all. Sven does.
Exactly.
You're not at all here, Lugo. I appreciate your work.
We might just do best to send a note to the scribe saying to remove most details.
They'll probably. I don't think they can just erase that. I think they'd need to make new forms.
Mhm.
But
Well, we
it-
can make new ones.
It's a problem for the morning, I think. It's just
Eh.
God.
Honestly, I'm content if everything, most of it, not get rid of the and my face, and I'm content.
I don't think you'll be identifiable.
Yeah, I hope not.
We really only need to be identifiable by reputation alone. As soon as we walk into a new town, everybody should know who we are.
Sure, you guys can have fun with that. Just keep me out of that equation.
Well, that's what invisibility is for, right?
Invisibility doesn't keep you from the public eye.
Right. So is there anything else before you guys turn in for the night?
I don't think so.
Holy shit.
Fernix dips the tip of one of his claws in some ink and writes himself a note. Finish death arrow in morning. And then just
Writes it on his arm. Something.
it's just parchment and stuff.
Oh, Fernix, before you pass out, I can't really help with enchanting stuff. Although I will admit, I'm very interested to watch your technique. I think what you do is really interesting. But I have some experience with fletching. If you think it would help you at all in the process.
Yes, actually, making the arrow is the thing, and I'm not really good at.
I can make the base for you.
Would appreciate it. The rest should just be in this. Just thumbs over to the alembic. It needs to sit for a while.
This looks like gibberish to me. What is this?
Oh, this is coding for an undead slaying arrow. It's actually mostly not poisonous to people. Mostly.
This
Suppose
would
if you
work
drank
on
the
them.
entire thing, you'd probably get a pretty nasty case of the runs.
I imagine. Huh. Well,
There are a lot of blessed salts and things like that.
I can get you that arrow by tomorrow. Before we go and do our whole business.
It should be good. It shouldn't take more than an hour or so.
Righto. Well, you're about to pass out.
Oh, I was working on it.
Nah.
But no worry.
Do you need help getting back to the Dax house?
Oh, we're not there?
No,
Just
we're
looks
not.
around. Oh. No, I'm fine then. I know the way.
How many fingers am I holding up?
Don't ask me tricky questions. He just walks back off down the road.
Where are people sleeping this evening?
I sleep in the Dax house after I go back into wherever that was and get my stuff and move it back.
Everybody else?
Victor's
I'm
going
going-
back to the chapter house.
I'm gonna
Yeah,
go
I
to the
think
chapter
chapter
house
house.
as well because it has a bed.
Yeah, I think I'm gonna go to the chapter house.
Sven?
Yeah, I said chapter house.
I couldn't hear you over everybody else.
Fernix, I don't know that I trust you to go back to the Dax house all by yourself. Why don't you come to the chapter house with us?
Alright. Fine.
That means coffee for us in the mornings.
Alright.
We could
So-
probably get Lugo to carry you back.
No,
Sven?
don't carry me. What the fuck? Get your hands off me.
No one's touching him.
Yes. He just like wiggles in the air. Nah.
Alright, you guys managed to make it back through the city, which is like all of a block, to the chapter house before finding what it passes for accommodations here. Most of you won't remember how you got here, but that's okay. And the night passes. Whenever you guys get up the next morning, it will definitely be an interesting day. One that I believe we will be getting to next time.
No!
On Dragon Ball Z.
Fuck, there was shit I wanted to do!
That night?
Okay. No. The morning after.
It's 10:30. I'm not sure we can drag this on much longer.
I know. Okay, I guess. We'll save it for the next time.
Make a note.
Don't separate from the party so often, and
Oh, it wouldn't have made a difference if I was with them or not. It still would have taken a long time.
Oh, we did
Not
get a
Upset,
lot
by
of.
the way. It was
Alright.
really good. It was really good RP. Not upset
Yeah.
about it, but I'm very upset about it.
I was very happy with this session on all fronts.
Yeah,
And I think we could have been doing loot splitting instead.
Yeah.
alright, well,
For
we
3
will
hours.
catch those who watch this next time, and you guys will get to come back and see how some more of the consequences of their actions pan out. So, until next week, we have been Rough Rolling, and we'll see you then. Good
Oh,
night.
yeah.
Bye bye.
Alright.
Goodbye.
Yeah.
retroactively,